Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Ready for the Tuesday opener. And there they go. Jackson Avenue hopped at the start. Road to Royalty quickly away. Miss Stones wants to go, and Bustin' Roxy, three are blazing. Mays Love Laffy's in the fourth spot. Jackson Avenue strides into fifth. Tequila is the last of all. Pace on up front with Bustin' Roxy, flanked by Miss Stones, flanked by Road to Royalty, pressing 3 deep. 4 lengths, Mays Love Laffy, better than a length and a half to Jackson Avenue, another 2 to Tequila. They fly early, 22 seconds. With the top spot, Bustin' Roxy. Here's Miss Stones, now making a big move for the top spot. And Road to Royalty wants to quicken after her. Jackson Avenue's hitting her best stride. She's 6 off the lead inside of Mays Love Laffy. Tequila's at the back. They rock and rolled early. Miss Stones has come away with the lead. Road to Royalty's testing her. And here comes Jackson Avenue diving to the rail for the final furlong. Miss Stones at 3 to 5. Road to Royalty. Here's Tequila late on the scene. Miss Stones, Road to Royalty. Tequila's in a tight spot. Goes to the rail. It's not too early ever for Tequila. And Tequila comes from the clouds, rolling in the open to $22.75. The 10-cent Super, $11.27. Second race is clear of change. Second race will start the early pick 3 time. And there they go. Drossel Diem and Margarita Sunrise are quickly away, and War of Thrones is in a beautiful spot already. He's in behind the dueling leaders. Run Casper Run strides into the 4th spot. Stuck Up has the 5th position, and Our Man Mike is the distant trailer. Our Man Mike really getting way out of it. Drossel Diem has the lead, and Margarita Sunrise wants to stay close. War of Thrones 3rd, joined by Run Casper Run. Stuck Up's in the 5th position, 8 from the leaders, and nothing yet from Our Man Mike. 22 and 4/5 for Drossel Diem, taking it right to Margarita Sunrise. War of Thrones and Run Casper Run are closing in together, and they're a little more than 4.5 off the lead near the quarter pole. Drossel Diem, Margarita Sunrise been chasing the entire trip. Here comes War of Thrones and Run Casper Run. Drossel Diem, the one to come and beat. He's the leader at the 3/16. War of Thrones has a final furlong. He continues to make his move. Here comes War of Thrones. War of Thrones is up to the front. Late charge from Our Man Mike, but War of Thrones beat him to the punch. War of Thrones, the winner. Our Man Mike, that late running sprinter, that's what he... 6 exact at $28.20. 561 trifecta, $34. The 10-cent Super 5612, $32.20. And there they go. No Chalk comes away in last. Isle Storm and Easy Play begin the best, and here's Behind the Couch striding into 3rd. Sweet Shallots has the 4th position, and No Chalk is the last of the quintet. Easy Play very sharp, quicker than Isle Storm. Behind the Couch is a little less than 2.5 off the lead along the inside. More than 3 lengths back to Sweet Charlotte's, joined by No Chalk, advancing into the 4th spot with momentum heading into the turn. 22 seconds. Good opening quarter from Easy Play. Hare's behind the couch, making her move for second inside of Isle Storm. No Chalk's beginning her run. Easy Play sharp, building up nearly 3 lengths. Isle Storm, No Chalk with momentum from the far outside. Behind the couch, gets to save ground through the turn. Easy Play, very, very quick early. Took it right to Isle Storm. Now she has to deal with No Chalk from the outside. Easy Play responding. No Chalk trying to wear her down to the outside. Easy Play is tough with the lead. Not going to beat her at 7-1. Easy Play, sharp these days. No Chalk second, then Isle Storm, and behind the couch, not me. Going through her conditions pretty quickly this season. 1562, that double's a good 151 at $94.50. A 15 exact to $29.5. And there they go. Vinny 2 cents straight to the lead. Once again, Knight of the Crown is showing a little bit of pace from his inside. Stormy New York comes away running in third. Dr. Surfolio and Royal Kaz are going with him. Masawa's in the 5th or the 6th position through the early stages, 6 or so from the front. From the inside, Richie's BL, no pace from him. At the tail is Benchwalk. Knight of the Crown inside of Vinny 2 cents. Royal Kaz, a nice tracking trip. He's about 2.5 or 3 off the lead past the 3/8. It's a break of at least 3 lengths to Stormy New York with Dr. Surfolio. Masawa's deep on the track. Nothing from Richie's BL. Benchwalk's at the back. Vinny 2 cents. From the inside, Knight of the Crown. And here comes Royal Kaz beginning his move to the outside. Knight of the Crown along the rail claims the lead near the final furlong marker. Royal Kaz, who loves to run second, trying to slide into that spot. Vinny 2 cents gives way. Masawa too little too late from the far outside. Knight of the Crown is gone. Knight of the Crown in front from Royal Kaz and Masawa, and 4th place to Vinny 2 cents. By Martin and Emily Goodall. And race 4 is official. 2583. The double 1256. And there they go. Bowing Snowman. Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo, Dean Verdile. These 3 quickly away. Holy Cowboy is 4th. 3-2 Zone asked for speed along the rail, making a move for a shared 3rd spot. Papa Tom B's 8 lengths off the lead, and Bustin' the Rules is a good 10 from the front. Bowing Snowman, where he likes to be with the top spot from Hey, it's Enrico Palazzo. Big long shot, Holy Cowboy up close heading into the turn. Dean Verdile tries to commence a bid from the far outside. He covers 3-2 Zone. They have a little less than 4 to find. 7 to Papa Tom B. Papa Tom B trying to pick up his stride. At the tail, Bustin' the Rules. Bowing Snowman with the lead. And here comes 3-2 Zone making a move into 3rd. Holy Cowboys in the 2nd spot. Dean Verdile, Papa Tom B, and hey, it's Enrico Palazzo. Is today the day for Bowing Snowman? He has the lead at the 8th pole. Bowing Snowman, strong with the lead. Can he get there? 3-2 Zone picks up his stride. Too little, too late. Bowing Snowman, good for you, buddy. He's going to get home in time. 3-2 Zone was second, then Papa Tom. 2-7 double, $61.50. 7-1 exact to $21.20. 7-1-4 trifecta, $16.50. 10 cents, just about ready for the race. And there they go. Stone Guitar with a brisk beginning. Likewise for Professor Dave. Magnificent Chrome gunned hard from the far outside. And Dr. Lloyd is in close attendance. Cavaradosi's on the move into the 5th spot, and he's a little more than 5 lengths off the lead. A length to Mo Crazy Blues, then Ganondigan, and Special Story, normally with the top spot through the early stages, is last of the 8. And they sizzle up front, 22 seconds for Stone Guitar. And there's Magnificent Chrome and Raylu moving into contention. And Caveradosi continues to improve his position. He's 4th, but he's ready to take over 3rd. And he gets within 4 lengths of the leaders. And Dr. Lloyd's trying to close in as well. Stone Guitar, Magnificent Chrome. Dr. Lloyd closes in with Caveradosi. And Special Stories trying to pass them all to the far outside. Stone Guitar and Magnificent Chrome. And Special Stories running a big one. He fires into 3rd. Good battle still up front. Magnificent Chrome and Stone Guitar. Magnificent Chrome a narrow lead. Stone Guitar fights willingly. Magnificent Chrome's the winner. Stone Guitar ran his heart out in defeat. Then Special Story And race 6 is in the books officially 8-5-6-4. The double 7-8, $35.20. 8-5 exacta, $65.50. 8-5-6. Ready for the race. And there they go in a slow start for Double Shot. Almendro with a beautiful beginning, and Letter Carrier Henry is running with him, and also up close is Production Credit. Here's Mass Appeal in the 4th spot. Far outside is Massey Hall. Tommy the Torch splits them. Double Shot had a slow start, and he's far out of it. Pace on up front with Almendro and Letter Carrier Henry. Production Credit gets a nice trip, and he's closing in, heading into the turn. And Massey Hall is there with Tommy the Torch and Mass Appeal. They're starting to get very compact up front. And Double Shot's hitting his best stride at the back marker. Almendro's had enough of Letter Carrier Henry, immediately tackled by Production Credit. Massey Hall with a very wide journey. We go to Tommy the Torch, Mass Appeal, and Double Shot continues to gobble up ground. Here he comes to the far outside. Double Shot's really picking up his stride. Almendro has the lead. Let's check out Double Shot to the far outside. Production Credit fighting on from second. Double Shot gaining that spot. Almendro has kicked clear. Almendro on the class drop from Double Shot, Tommy the Torch, and Production Credit. $18.80. 8-4 consolation double, $7.10. 2-5 exacta, $16. 2-5-6 trifecta, $26. Tilly's ready for the Tuesday nightcap. And there they go. Scouting Party, Indy Symphony quickly away from the inside. Indy Symphony's the speed. Irish Empress second inside of Scouting Party. She's an Arctic Queen is fourth. Bold BB has the 5th position, and Sassy Tallahassee and Glory Bound Clara. Indy Symphony, Irish Empress is stalking her from the outside. And here's the favorite. She's an Arctic Queen, ranging into action. 3 wide, heading into the turn. Little more than 2 to find. 3 to Bold BB with Scouting Party. Sassy Tallahassee's on the move. Nothing from the lone debutante, Glory Bound Clara. And Indy Symphony has the lead. And Irish Empress turns up the heat, and here she's an Arctic Queen pouncing on the top 2, and she's an Arctic Queen and Irish Empress make their moves together. She's an Arctic Queen going better. Here's Sassy Tallahassee beginning her bid to the far outside. She's an Arctic Queen, kicks clear, she's well in command. Sassy Tallahassee firing into second. Now here's Glory Bound Clara getting her act together, and she's made up a lot of ground into third, but there are no threats to the chalk. She's an Arctic Queen. Luis Perez with a double, bookending the Tuesday program. Second is tight. Sassy Tallahassee or Glory Bound Clara. 4th place to their 60 cents, 687. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Wednesday opener in about 46 minutes at 1:15. Beautiful day, 8 races, fast racetrack, no carryovers, not a lot of changes. Let's open up our programs. In the opener, no changes. Race 1 is clear of change. Race 1 starts the early double, the early pick 4. Second race will commence the early pick 3. It is also clear of change. Third race starts our pick $6 minimum wager, old school style pick 6. In the third, scratch 1 high strike. 1 high strike out of the third. 50-cent pick 5 gets underway in the fourth. And scratch 8 True Destiny, 8 True Destiny out of race 4. Fifth race starts the late pick 4, no changes in the fifth. Our late pick 3 starts in race 6. The 2 Anointed Spirit. The weight is 113 plus an additional 1 pound over. Giovanni Paretti's now a 7-pound bug. The weight's 113 plus an additional 1 pound over. Late double gets underway in the 7th. 1 Small Pebble is a 1 pound over. 6 War Tapped, 2 pounds over the weight. And in the Wednesday nightcap, start with the scratch all the way to the bottom. The 12 Sunshine Girl, 12 Sunshine Girl out of the nightcap. And 7 Empress Pulpatine. The weight's 117. Once again, Giovanni Paretti's is now a 7-pound bug. Beautiful afternoon here in Western New York. First posted 1:15, an 8-race card, no carryovers, fast racetrack. Have a great Wednesday afternoon. Up next, Dave Mattice.
Welcome to another day of racing here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice, ready for this 8-race card. Just a reminder, we do have a stakes race coming up, our next live racing day. That'll be the Arctic Queen Stakes. It's the return of Gone and Forgotten. Of course, we just seen Gone and Forgotten win a prep race, allowance race. Somehow wasn't the favorite in that race, but that one is a good one. It's just a matter of pace scenario. A couple other good ones in that race, but that'll be the feature race on Monday's 8-race card, the Arctic Queen Stakes, featuring Gone and Forgotten, who was the top female horse of last year. I do want to congratulate the Mullers on Bowing Snowman finally breaking through as a beaten favorite 3 races in a row. Looked good in victory yesterday. I know I had a lot of fun with that horse, so it's really good to see that one get to the winner's circle in that race. We did have a lot of fun after that race. Anyway, 8 races on the card. We got an allowance race to start it off, going to mile 70. Tricky race. Pace scenario is important. Remember, Saratoga Kisses won when there was a strong pace up front. Surprising that Keep Your Eye on the Boys was the one that pressed the pace. It really set up nicely for Saratoga Kisses. Now, is that going to happen again in this race? Not sure, but the quickest horse early is Tivoli Gardens. The big question in this race, obviously, is just that pace. And is Tivoli Gardens as good as she was last year? She only had the 1 start. Obviously, it was a sprint tightener just to give her a race against her stablemate, Gone and Forgotten. You know, at least she got that race in her. Now, I'm going back to her last year's form, because that's what you got to go off of. I mean, that was just a prep race last time for the route. Going back to last year, she ran 3rd to Alicia's Way, who's in this race. But one of the things that day, and it's hard to give her an excuse, that was over that frozen racetrack at the end of the year. Probably the quickest times I've ever seen relative to the horses that were running since I've been here. That's how quick it was. I'm surprised we didn't have a track record that day. It was really, actually we almost did have a track record that day. So I don't have an excuse for Tivoli Gardens in that race because of how quick the track was. Now, it wasn't a strong speed bias or anything. It was just a quick racetrack. But her previous starts were very good. And you look at this field, it's a field that if you look at the numbers other than that state bred race, in the lifetime conditions, she's good enough to win. It depends on if she can get a clear lead in this race and maybe keep going. She's 9-2 morning line. I mean, if you can get 9-2 on this horse, that's good odds. The 1 Saratoga Kisses, she's going to get bet off of the last race. She dominated that field, but it was one of those races. It was only a 5-horse field, and really only a 3-horse field when you look at the main rivals. And she was one of them, and the other 2 dueled on the front end. And she was the one of the 3 horses that could win the race. she was the one that sat the trip, and the other two got really tired because of the early fractions. So she took advantage of that. So she's a little dressed up going into this race, but it was a good effort. The time was good. She got an inflated buyer for the race, but at least she's sharp enough to beat these type of horses. So she could come back here in the 1 State Bred, and it's basically the same field that she beat in the 3 Lifetime, but I don't know if she's going to get the same kind of pace scenario. You got the new face of Tivoli Gardens. And keep my eye on the boys. Yeah, she was real aggressive that race. Not sure why. She's never shown that kind of speed in her whole career. So they really just changed tactics of this horse. And, maybe it worked because I guess she was in a tough spot. If she lets the other speed go, Silent Invasion is probably gone on the front end. She was a favorite. She probably would have won. Well, she went after Silent Invasion. Can't blame her. She's trying to win the race. And she did put away Silent Invasion, but it set it up for Saratoga Kisses. It was one of those type of races. What are you supposed to do? Do you let the other speed go, or you try to press that horse and try to win the race? And I think that was the thought process. So I'm not so sure that that's going to be the tactics today for Keep My Eye on the Boys. If she's going to try to go with Tivoli Gardens early, maybe Miss Pab's got enough speed to try to stay with that one early. I don't know, but she certainly plays. It's been taking her a while to round into form anyway. This horse was off a really long time when you consider July 2021 until May of 2023. So it's taken her a while to get into race form, and maybe getting there, and maybe showing that last time by pushing those fractions and still holding on to be second. I'll go with the 5 Stay Home Mama, the other Beth Miller-Saul trainee, more of an underneath type in her races, but hard to leave her out of the mix as well. And she's another one that comes from out of it. So, she's not one to sit back, make that big run and win the race. She's a consistent horse that sits back, puts in her late run, and hits the board a lot. And I could see her at least being in the top 4 in this race. I'll go with the 6-1-3-5 in the first. Second race at 11-9 Claimer, going a distance of 1.70 miles. Yeah, I got a 9-2 horse in the first, a 6-1 morning line in the second. You'd love to get these morning lines, but yeah, Sea Tiger, it was a tougher field, number 1 last time, and was wide in that race as well. Much easier for the 11-9 level this time. It was good in that 5,000 Claimant race. I thought the horse would run well last time, and it was 6 furlongs, and that's the big thing. Sea Tiger is a router, pure and simple, and you're going against some tough competition, tougher field, going 3/4 last time, you're not going to win. I think the stretch out has got to help Sea Tiger's chances today to win the race. I'm not going to get 6-1, but one of a few that can win this race, one of a couple that win the race, and I like his chances. You got 9-5 on Colton Goes, and there's some question marks about Colton Goes. Obviously, he broke his main against special weights off of a layoff. That's tough to do. But, man, was the word out on this horse? Horse went off at really short odds. I thought he actually took advantage of slow fractions more than anything, because that was one of the slower paces you'll see. They went 51 to the half, 116 for the 3/4. We've seen 117. I've even seen 52 here before. But that was on a track that was relatively quick, and so those fractions on a regular day or some other slower track, we something like a 52 or 53. That's how slow Colton Goes went on the front end. Now, he's probably going to win the race anyway, but he certainly had it easy. But it was off the layoff. Now he drops in class, and that's the big thing, dropping 11-9. This barn has been good all year long. Tough to not use him. Red Hot Lincoln's got a good number off of his last race against Noble Journey, same race as Sea Tiger. He stretches out to a better distance as well. So if you like Sea Tiger, maybe you can make a case for Hot Rod Lincoln as well, although I like the Sea Tigers 4 more last year, although they were against cheaper competition, the 5s. Of course, you got Nurka Huertas had a couple wins on the card the other day. The 3-horse is Stormandy. He's another one that got away with some relatively easy fractions to break his maiden, but it was against maiden special weight, same thing as Colton Goes, and now he moves to the next logical spot. Plus, the win was at this particular distance. It makes it look better. I mean, remember Normandy was a long-time maiden, but just won the other day. Ray Lou Gutierrez got that one to the winner's circle, so it makes Normandy's race look a little bit better from his last start. Uncle Taco, I think, got off slowly the other day. 1-6-5-3 in race number 2. Been here too long when I remember every single horse's last trip. Third race, scratch the 1, High Strike. It starts the $1 pick 6, same as what New York does. Now, it's an allowance event. Yeah, I could be way off on this one. I mean, no question Starburst has the best form, is the best horse in the race based on the numbers. No question. The problem is that was a long time ago. I mean, I think I was still back in college. No, not that long ago. That was a real long time ago. This one was off from October to January and then since. And I'm talking about January of 2022. That's not January of 2023. Now, it does have some good works for the return and a really good trainer in Michael Stidham. So, I mean, what do you do with this horse? Does pick up Keeper Koas in the top 5 here. Yeah, I mean, Starburst is kind of like my friend Pam used to say, it's a winner, get nothing type horse. And I don't like horses off the long layoff here at Finger Lakes. I know they win with other racetracks, and this is the type of this is a trainer that does. I mean, he's a great trainer. I just not going to take him off a 19 months layoff. His numbers aren't so overwhelming over this field that you just got to say, wow, he's ascension here. It's just too long a layoff. I'm going to go with he can win. I mean, if he runs to his form that he had at Delaware, at Pimlico, at Laurel, he easily beats this field. He's better than these horses. It's just a long layoff. I'm going to go with Banyan Breeze on top. The horse is knocking at the door in a sense that he's running better this year again. And you know, he goes in these form cycles. I know he started off last year not that great, then all of a sudden he started winning the starter and started dominating the starter allowance. Well, the last couple starts, he's run those tough optional claiming allowance races. I mean, Cajun Casanova would be favored against this field. And the other thing, when you look at this race, horses like Banyan Breeze and number 1 Dylan, I mean, they're multiple winner. I mean, 8 wins, 9 wins for Banyan Breeze and number 1 Dylan. Then you got the rest of them. Doc Advantage, I mean, Doc Advantage has got is a 2-time winner. John's Protege is only a 2-time winner. So they're in for the 3 lifetime condition, while these other that are in the 1 other than allowance condition, which you would think would be the better horses and would have the advantage over going the 3 lifetimes. Most of them obviously have gone through that 3 lifetime condition. Just simple logic. Doesn't always work out that way. Sometimes sharper horses are the better horses. But Banyan Breeze does have that advantage. He's in good form right now, and I just like the race that he comes out of. The 4 Doc Advantage, good effort. I mean, he's only a 2-time winner, but that was a really good effort last time, finishing ahead of the speedy D's Wise guy behind Weralo. He didn't break all that sharp in that race either. Actually didn't break well at all. So this will be his second start off of that layoff. I would expect him to be very formidable against this field. Number 1 Dylan, always a little bit inconsistent. He makes that big move and then kind of flattens out. It's all about timing and race flow for number 1 Dylan. I think his numbers say he should be right there against this field. 8-1 morning line. My only problem with number 1 Dylan, and I was considering putting this horse on top or second. I ended up putting him third, mainly because I was wondering why Jackie Davis got off this horse to ride High Strike. I mean, number 1 Dylan, numbers-wise, is far better than High Strike. So that makes me think maybe something's going awry with number 1 Dylan, because High Strike was bias-aided to get through an easier race. I don't know. But that one's scratched anyway, so I guess we don't count that one. I'll go with a 5, 4, and 2 in that race. That's why I was kind of hesitant with that horse. But definitely looks like a strong player in the race. 4th race, an 11-9 claimer, going a distance of 1.70 miles. Yeah, I'll go with Unicorn Sally on the stretch. I know he does step up in class, but it's not a big step up. You'd rather see it in for the waiver claim than stepping up than just a regular conditional 5,000. But it turned out to be a pretty good race. That beaten 5-4, beaten 5, that is. And it was 5.5. I mean, obviously Unicorn Sally is not a 5.5 furlong horse. She stretches out to a better distance today, does step up slightly, but keep in mind, is it really a big step up going her better distance when she was running against allowance horses going long last year and being very competitive? And you got to wonder if Sweet Blindness is still as good as she used to be. So it's a slight upset because Sweet Blindness will probably take most of the play. So I'll go with Unicorn Sally on top. Then you got Sweet Blindness. I'll use that one for second. Yeah, she comes out of a couple 2 state bred races. Last race ran into Curly Girl, and Curly Girl, man, what a monster race that one ran. The race before, though, was good. I mean, BB's busted. BB's busted got left, so I don't know if you want to really say that she almost beat BB's busted, because BB's busted was really compromised in that race. But she did run well. If she runs back to that race, yeah, she definitely can beat these. She's going to be tough for Caitlin Gutterson and Jeff Engelhart. The 6, Melissa Smile. We know the deal with Melissa Smile. She's at the mercy of the pace. Sometimes it's tough with horses with this kind of running style to close and get the win. You see our man Mike. Nothing wrong with that horse at the bottom. It's just at 6 furlongs, he doesn't win because he's got to get a strong pace. Even in the route races, Melissa Smile, she doesn't have early speed. That's not her thing. She sits back. She may find herself 9-10 lengths out of it early, and she's got to hope that the horses get tired and the track's not playing towards speed types. A lot of ifs there. You got to, by the 4th race, you should know. But there is a little bit of pace in this race, so you got to think that in her 4th start going long already this year, she's in her sharpest form that she's going to be in. It's just a matter of getting some racing luck. I'll go with the 4 Smart Broad for 4th. She steps up after getting a confidence builder, dropping a 5 last time. Yeah, she's supposed to beat that field, including Do You Know Who I Am, who's in this race. But this is a little tougher. So it's tough to gauge where she's at. She wasn't good enough still to beat the allowance horses, and she was way too good for the 5,000 claimers. So you got to think this might be a good fit for her to be competitive at the 11-9 level. Makes sense anyway. 3, 2, 6, 4 in the 4th race. Remember that 4th race, got to get used to 8 race cards again. The 4th race starts. The pick 5. Best wager, Finger Lakes. 5th race starts our late pick 4. It's a 5,000 claimer, never won 3 condition, going a mile 70. Another one getting some class relief. Now, when I take Avid Sukanori, I always get concerned because she's one of those horses that's got a lot more seconds than victories. Of course, say the same thing about Preferred Outcome the other day. Say the same thing about the horse that won yesterday, Bowing Snowman. But Avid Sukanori is better than 5,000 claimers. Of course, when the last time she ran for 5, what did she finish? 2nd. So you got to think that she's going to be 1st or 2nd against these. I'm just hoping 1st. You got horses like Iowa, and Iowa's another one that doesn't really like to win. She's a good, consistent horse, but doesn't win. Rattle Me's Time wasn't anything exciting going short last time, but she dropped a 5, and on her game she beats these, but she's a tricky read. Renita's Rose got to have a pace up front. And Quiet Horizon's a little on the inconsistent side as well. So maybe by default the most logical horse is Avid Sukanori, and she's not the favorite, so she's a good play in here to key off of 1st or 2nd, and I'm going to make her 1st. The thing is with Rattle Me, yeah, she's the favorite in here, but, she's a little disappointing in a couple of those sprint races. Number one, I don't think she liked to be inside. At least it looked like the way she ran, she didn't like being in there, but she's supposed to beat that field by a lot last time. And she was life and death to win, and only because the other horse was drifting out and got bothered by another horse in the stretch going by, probably cost the horse that was 2nd the race, or she would have lost. So I don't know, but maybe the stretch out. She's good enough to win this race, going by her Turf Paradise form. So it's just a matter of her stretching out and getting the win in this race. You figure her to be tough, staying at 5,000. The 4-horse, Iowa, I always like to say this, you got to have it's tough to put her on top, and she's that type. Of course, Avid Sukanori's the same way, but Avid Sukanori's got a little bit more class than Iowa, that maybe she wins anyway. But Iowa, yeah, now Marissa Maserati, was Rohina, was Niz before that, and the horses had consistent behavior of running well, but running second and third. So good horse to use underneath. You got horses that, are allowed to have trouble to have faith in. Of course, these are the type of races you get the long shots in, because you get the horses that don't really love to win. The 2, Quiet Horizon, last couple of races haven't been that good, but she gets some class relief, dropping to 5,000. The last time she was in for 5 was off of the layoff, and she ran well. She ran second that day. That's only because the other horse was lone speed in the race. I thought she ran very well in that sprint race. So getting class relief again, dropping to 5, and what a difference a drop makes in a lot of these races should help the chances of this one. So I'll go with 5, 6, 4, 2 in the 5th. 6th race at 11-9 claimer, going 5.5. Again, I didn't love any of these maidens, but Zuccaracci or Zuccarace, I'm Italian, so I'll call it Zuccaracci. Probably a play on the dam and the sire, race day and Zucca. But the last race was good. Actually, that was the best race this horse has run. Maybe just responding to the drop in class after running against special weights. Did have an excuse in at least one of those races, but got wide in one of them. He watched the race. Now, he wasn't going to win, but he did have to alter course. It was the right move by Davila, trying to save ground around the turn, or instead of going wide, because if he went wide, he probably wouldn't have been in the top 3. But he ended up getting caught behind horses and had to alter out. Davila making a quick decision, got out there, but couldn't catch the top 2. I don't think he would have won the race if he didn't have to alter and check a little bit in that race. He still wouldn't have won. Would have been a little bit closer. I still don't know if he would have beat Peanut Butter Toast for second. But he did have a troubled trip, had to check briefly behind horses. What I like, it's a good race. The race, Escape Mission and Zuccaracci both come out of that race. I got them 1-2, just because I think it's a better 11-9 maiden race. And you look at the race, it was won by Gentleman Burglar. Now, he didn't do so great against winners, first time against winners, but it was against a tough field. I'm liking the fact that the horses that ran underneath came back and did well. Peanut Butter Toast came back and ran solid. I think he ran second the other day. Cashel Kitten was in that race. That horse ran big for Jimmy Wright, came back to win. MCRR was in that race. I think finished 4th. That one came back to win the other day. So Escape Mission and Zuccaracci both come out of that race. And I think looking at the rest of them, even though a couple of them were in special weights, I think that's the toughest race, and I like them 1-2. Which one to win? I thought Zuccaracci ran the better race last time anyway. But Escape Mission did press the pace before fading. And Escape Mission's previous race was good. He won the race. The other horse wasn't going by him. He did bother the horse late, got his number taken down, even though the other horse bothered the third horse. But, ever since then, the horse that was third finally turned back in distance and got the victory. Another one for Jimmy Wright. So he's a strong player in here. It won't be no surprise. Ronnie Bree Jr. winning a race yesterday. I'll go with a long shot for third. Regal Empire coming off Lasix for this race. Don't know if that's good or bad. But the form way back when in New York is good enough to win. Well, the last race wasn't good. But the route races, now he turns back in distance to 5.5. Come off a little bit of laps, so he should be plenty fit enough. I'm just looking for a closer in here, because after I get past Zuccaracci and Escape Mission, it's really hard to like anybody else in this race. Maybe you could make a case for one for my brother's been facing tougher. Maybe Banco Medici goes back to a maiden. He broke his maiden at this level. But Regal Empire, his numbers are good enough. It's just a matter of the distance. But I'm looking for more of a closer in this race to maybe pick up the pieces to get into the super at a price. And he's going to be a big price in here because of the distance of 5.5. But does get a little class relief, dropping into the 11 and 9. Mentioned Banco Medici. Well, I'm assuming it was a positive test that this horse had, that he's a maiden again, because he was running against winners, and now he's back in the maiden condition. So his number got disqualified, but after the fact. We're going to start maybe seeing that more and more. I don't know. But his races against winners weren't good. But keep in mind, he did beat horses at the 11 and 9 maiden claimant level. So you know he's capable enough to win this race. I think March Madness Party came out of that race to win. So he's not going to get that kind of a pace scenario. I mean, the reason that he won was because they went ridiculously slow in a sprint race. I mean, they almost, what did they almost go 48 that day? And it wasn't like it was one of those slow racetracks. It's just there was no speed in the race. So I don't think that's going to happen again. But I think he could be in the top 4 because he was running at this level before. 7th race, an allowance race going 5.5 furlongs. Good race for the 1 state bred. Really, I like my top 3 in here. Again, 2 of them are 8 to 1. I got 5 to 2 with over to the 2 8 to 1s in this race. And yeah, you got a couple horses that could run for 5,000. Small Pebbles and War Tapped. I mean, these horses are extremely well bred. They're better than these horses. And the only one better than those horses, at least form-wise, is True Empress. It's really could narrow it down. It doesn't always run that way. But, you know, some of these races are just, yeah, that's what it is. True Empress is going to be tough to go against, though. I mean, this horse ran second to 'Cause You're Pretty. I think we're going to see 'Cause You're Pretty in Saratoga. It wasn't like that badly beaten by 'Cause You're Pretty. I mean, you're not going to beat 'Cause You're Pretty, but to run a solid second against 'Cause You're Pretty and then run against this field, yeah, she's supposed to win. In her last race, she did win. I mean, granted, it was about the same type of field as far as quality-wise. Flaherty's Music and others, I don't know they're quite as good as these horses, but she did run second to 'Cause You're Pretty, and you know 'Cause You're Pretty is. 'Cause You're Pretty would beat this field. It's that simple. So a logical horse is True Empress out of that race and then off a win. I mean, it's really hard to fault anything that she's done at Finger Lakes so far. Small Pebbles and War Tap both got confidence builders, dropping in for the tag, and now they move back up to the 1 state bred, and both of them make the same move. So you got to kind of like both of them. I like Small Pebbles a little better than War Tap because she's the inside speed. She could get out there, and if she is able to get a clear lead from that inside position, she's going to be tough, and she might make it 2 in a row. Again, sometimes you drop. It's not like she dropped to the bottom. She dropped to the 11 and 9 and was supposed to win and did win and did professionally like she was supposed to win. And she's good enough to win this condition as well. It's just the True Empress entered the race. Maybe if that one doesn't quite have it, or if she can get loose, track's favoring her type of running style, she can hold that one off. I don't think you're going to get 8 to 1 unless True Empress goes 1 to 5 or 1 to 4. And sometimes they do get carried away on the favorites. War Tapped, yeah, the same thing. I mean, how is this horse? I mean, they did find her late. I mean, she should have been 1 to 5 in there, but they found her late. And she went off at odds of 4 to 5. Same thing with Small Pebbles. They're supposed to win the 11 and 9s, and they do. And she was just simply too good. I mean, Small Pebbles, one of the things you see about War Tap versus Small Pebbles win, War Tap earned it a little more because she was pressured a little more. Small Pebbles was low in speed, but they're both equally really good and very well bred. I mean, War Tapped, you talk about Small Pebbles, who she's been up against. She's also been against 'Cause You're Pretty. She ran a more distant second to 'Cause You're Pretty when she faced that rival. Well, War Tapped ran against Sandy's Garden and other tough horses as well that she plays in here as well. So like I said, I like my top 3 with 4, 1, and 6 in race number 7. It was tough to throw in somebody for 4th. Maybe looking more for a trip than anything. As the pace takes its toll of everybody chasing, maybe a horse like Trivia is a little less aggressive, sits back, and just kind of stalks and pounces and lands in the number from that 2 post. So sometimes you try to envision a trip for some of these horses. You know, she's not as good as True Empress, but she's good enough to run well in the 1 state bred to get into the number if she gets the right kind of trip. So I'm going to go with a 4-1-6-2. And that breed Bard is really heating up. What a good-looking horse they had win the other day. Jack and Barney. I can never remember the name, but the half to Winston's chance has won 2 in a row. 8th race, a 5,000 claimer going a distance of 6 furlongs. A little more wide open is the 8th race. Actually, this is kind of a mad dash to finish out the week. What a race to finish out the week. And you're looking for prices in this last race, without a question. You got MAS Scrooves, one off the lap, but didn't beat anything. She's the favorite. Albany Yates doesn't win much. Well, none of them win much because they're in the 2 lifetime. I look for horses. Midnight Mindset has had a lot of chances. She's blown chances where she's looked for competition. Maybe, just maybe, she got a confidence builder last time, breaking her maiden for 5. I know she's another race she's supposed to win. Sweet Tooth Sue is a long-time maiden. That one finally broke through with a victory the other day. We're going to see a lot of these horses that finished second a lot winning lately. Well, Midnight Mindset fits that bill. She's lost to these type of horses in the past, but maybe some changes, cheek piece or whatever. Maybe she's figuring it out. She's better than these horses, and if she has figured it out and not play around late, gets out to the front from her inside position, maybe she can make it 2 in a row. This field did not come up much tougher than some of these maiden races that she was running in. Take a shot here with Midnight Mindset at 5-1. I like Ever Graceful at 6-1, but she's a tricky read. She broke her maiden for 25 in New York, and I think that was her first career start. That says something. And she's been over her head in a couple races, dropped to 5 last time. And if you watch the trip, Boxing and Board zips out to the front end. That one's running well. Ever Graceful did check early in the race, and that might have been a big factor in how she ran, because then she ended up going wide, never really in it, never got her feet under her. Let's forgive the last effort for Ever Graceful, and that was dropping to 5 after running against tougher. I like her chances here. Again, tough to gauge how good she is off of that effort, because she does have a lot of excuses, but she also didn't finish anywhere close to the winner. I'll go with her second, though. Albany Yates, always a bridesmaid, never a bride type. Maybe she can break through here, but maybe another top 3 finish. She did hang a little bit in a couple of her starts. The 8-horse Weather Advisory, another one. Probably better than most 90% of these horses, 89% of these horses, but she doesn't win. I mean, she just always seems to not quite get there. She's a big horse, good-looking horse. You would think that she'd want to go long, but she doesn't. She does have that one run going short. One of these days she's going to get there. I'm going to go with the 110, 4, and 8 in today's last race. Good mad scramble to finish out the Wednesday card. Again, no live racing till Monday. We are going to be dark the rest of the week. Got a couple Finger Lakes horses running in Saratoga. We'll check them out. Monday, we got our next stakes race. It is the Arctic Queen Stakes. It'll be the feature race on the 8-race card. Gone and Forgotten, last year's top mare, will highlight that race. And that'll all take place 1:15 first post this coming Monday.
No changes for the Wednesday opener. Fillies and Mares on the racetrack. Let's meet the Group 1 Saratoga Kisses, Jose Baez. There's number 2, Do What It Takes, and Heeman Harkey. 3, Keep My Eye on the Boys, John Davila Jr. 4 is Miss Pab with Carlos Barbosa. Next will be the 5, Stay Home Mama, Joel Cruz. Stablemate to the 1, Saratoga Kisses, Beth Miller Saul, conditioning at 1 and 5. And 6 is Tivoli Gardens, Luis Perez. Race 1, 1 mile and 70 yards. Fillies and Mares, New York breds, first state bred condition. 3-year-olds and up. No changes. Fast racetrack, beautiful afternoon. Race 1 starts the early double, the early pick 4, and 8 race program. The opener in a little more than 4 minutes. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. Let's talk about this Wednesday opener. Fillies and Mares, New York breds, first state bred condition, 1 mile and 70 yards. 6 Tivoli Gardens, my top pick. Liked the morning line at 9-2. Not really liking the 8-5 on the board, but hey, we got to deal with it. You know, on the 26th of September last year, I liked her that afternoon. She was my top pick, and she rewarded me pretty nicely that day, better than 10-1. She's got good blood for the 2 turns, and you look at those 3 2-turn races last year to conclude her 3-year-old season, and that's when she got really good. Tough sprint comeback on the 12th of July. Very salty allowance race won by our top mare from last year, Gone and Forgotten. Now she gets a preferred trip, a nice outside post. She's the one to beat, in my opinion. 9-5, price drifting up just a little bit. Like to see her get a little bit higher than that current 9-5. I guess the question mark is what kind of tactics will be employed by the 3, Keep My Eye on the Boys. Because last time on the 19th of July, John Davila Jr. really sent this 7-year-old mare for everything. They went 23-4. On paper, Silent Invasion looked like the lone speed. John was not going to let that happen. If John really hustles, Keep My Eye on the Boys, and engages Tivoli Gardens early, it's going to compromise both of their chances. We shall see what tactics are employed by the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer aboard the 3, Keep My Eye on the Boys. It could really dictate what Luis Perez does aboard number 6, Tivoli Gardens. We're going to stick with the 6 as the top pick. 1, Saratoga Kisses, is really hoping that the 3 and the 6 hook up early. If so, she's going to be in a perfect stalking position, sitting 3rd, just like she did on the 19th of July. She looked good, winning by nearly 15 lengths. That was the race in which Keep My Eye on the Boys engaged Silent Invasion. So once again, Jose Baez is really hoping John's going to take it to the 6 and be in a perfect spot. If so, the 1's probably going to get a beautiful trip, and she's going to be difficult to handle. And the money's telling the tale on the board with her and the 6. They are both getting all of the love. The other, Beth Miller Saul, Gal Stay Home Mama, is really hoping that the 3 and the 6 throw it down early, because she's a deep late runner. She does her best running in the final quarter of a mile. You know, 2 back, she got that opening quarter. She got that 23 and change in a 47-2, and she was 10 out turning for home and was defeated just under 4 lengths. Last time she made up significant ground in the final quarter of a mile. She is the late threat. And then what are we going to do with the 3? Keep My Eye on the Boys. You know, she's run some big races once upon a time back in 2021. Her last couple of races have been much better than the first 2 to start her 7-year-old comeback bid. It's just about what tactics will be employed. Is she going to gun from the inside? Is she going to concede the lead to Tivoli Gardens? We'll find out here momentarily. 6-1-5-3 for me in our Wednesday opener. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the Wednesday opener. Number 1, Saratoga Kisses, 6-5. Number 6, Tivoli Gardens, 3-2. Saratoga Kisses looking for 2 in a row. She will be the first one into the starting gate. Big long shot, do what it takes. Keep my eye on the boys. There's Miss Pab. Stay Home Mama. Stablemate to Saratoga Kisses for Beth Miller-Saul. And Tivoli Gardens, solid second choice right now, 3-2 in the wagering. Ready for the Wednesday opener. And there they go. Tivoli Gardens broke outward, but she has asked for speed from the far outside. Do What It Takes is also hustled into the scene early. Saratoga Kisses comes away in third. Miss Pab has the fourth spot. No speed this afternoon from Keep My Eye on the Boys. She is second last, and Stay Home Mama is the early trailer. Tivoli Gardens with the killer crossover making the pace. It hasn't been an easy lead. There are some gals applying pressure. Both of the long shots, Miss Pab and Do What It Takes. Tivoli Gardens has to go at a good clip early. Saratoga Kisses gets a nice tracking trip. Look where she's situated. A little more than 3 off the lead. Near the 5/8. 5 lengths to Keep My Eye on the Boys, trying to begin her bid. Stay Home Mama's 2.5 for 3 behind her. Tivoli Gardens with the lead. Miss Pab stays close. Do What It Takes third. Here's Saratoga Kisses getting a nice tracking trip, and here she comes with her run from the outside. Keep My Eye on the Boys has a little less than 5.5 to make up heading into the turn. And at the back, Stay Home Mama. Tivoli Gardens still with the lead. Here's Saratoga Kisses with her nice run. Saratoga Kisses with the run of the race now to tackle Tivoli Gardens. And now the race is really on here at the quarter pole. Tivoli Gardens still with something left. Saratoga Kisses made a nice move. Tivoli Gardens and Saratoga Kisses into third. Races Keep My Eye on the Boys and Stay Home Mamas for Tivoli Gardens, the leader near the 8th pole. And Saratoga Kisses continues with her relentless run to the outside. Tivoli Gardens softened up by the long shots. Saratoga Kisses with the run of the race. Who's it going to be in our Wednesday opener? Tivoli Gardens and Saratoga Kisses. Very, very tight there. Keep My Eye on the Boys third. 4th place, Stay Home Mama. Great Wednesday opener. Tivoli Gardens softened up by the 2 long shots. How good was she this afternoon? Saratoga Kisses really had from the 5/16 to the wire to come and get her. It's very, very tight on the line. Initial thought was the inside gal, 144 and 82 100ths. Hold all tickets. Six, Tivoli Gardens first. Second one, Saratoga Kisses. Third place, 3, Keep My Eye on the Boys. Fourth place, 5, Stay Home Mama. Tivoli Gardens, the unofficial winner of our Wednesday opener, makes her way into the winner's circle. It's her 4th career victory from 8 lifetime starts. A 4-year-old Gray-Aroan filly by Shackelford out of the dam Park Monceau. Owned and trained by Michael S. Ferraro, winning jockey, the Diamond Man, Luis Perez. Tivoli Gardens was bred in New York by Stonewall Farm. The opener is official. 6135, that exact to $9.70, trifecta $7.30, 10-cent super, $2.25. Second race will start the early pick 3. There are no changes in race 2. Post time in 19 minutes at 1:42.
We're in the paddock for race number 2. Good finish to the first as Tivoli Gardens. Question is, was she able to hold off Saratoga Kisses? It was a good race. Louis Perez doing the Ray Lou drift around the turn. That probably helped her get the victory, but it was close at the wire. But Louis Perez gets the victory for trainer Michael S. Ferraro. Horse looked good in victory. Wasn't like she went that slow in the races. A couple horses were within a length of her, making sure that she had to secure that lead. So she did some pretty decent fractions in that race. Second race at 11-9 Claimer, never won 2 condition, going a mile and 70. Let's start off with Sea Tiger, because I think this horse might get overlooked a little bit in here. Well, right now at odds of 5-2, but the horse is 6-1 morning line. Actually, surprisingly, in an easier field, the horse went off a favorite at odds of 2-1 off the layoff. That's a tougher task off the layoff. But this 11-9 isn't that much tougher than that 2 Lifetime 5 that this horse was in off the layoff back in June. Stepped up to this level, even though it's not a big step up, but that was a sprint last time and actually didn't run that badly considering the trip and considering the competition he was up against. So should be able to get a nice trip from the rail today. 11-9 seems like a good fit for Sea Tiger. It's not this field didn't come up that much tougher than a $5,000 race, so Sea Tiger very logical in this race, and you might get a little value in this race because he did run for 5 in the past, and they see that 5th place finish last time, and that was a sprint. The 6 horse is an interesting one. Is 9-5 morning line. He did break his maiden against maiden special weights, but it's really tough to get a gauge on how good this horse is. He took all kinds of money that day, despite only making his 2nd start. First start as a 3-year-old and first time going long. Usually would say that's not a very strong play, but the horse did run to his odds and won easy, and maybe helped by extremely slow fractions. He probably goes quicker in morning works than he did with those fractions that day, but he did secure the victory, and he drops in class today to the 11-9. So the drop alone makes Colton Goes very much a player. Is right now at odds of 9-2. Is Red Hot Lincoln getting all of the action right now. Red Hot Lincoln, interesting enough, this one finished right with Sea Tiger in the sprint. Another one that probably wants more distance. Of course, he's better in a sprint than Sea Tiger is. His last race, though, he finished 4th. His previous start, he finished behind Sea Tiger. He probably got the worst of the trips, but keep in mind, Sea Tiger was coming off a layoff since November. 2 of them ran about equal in that race. So another one to consider in race number 2 is the Red Hot Lincoln. The 3 horse is Stormandy. Stormandy, another one that's tough to gauge because he also had things his way when he broke his maiden against maiden special weights. Not quite as easy as Colton Goes had it, but it was his first trip over the track, so can't hold it against him. And the horse that was 2nd just won the other day, I think on Monday. So 1 for 1 at the distance now is Stormandy. He looks to make it 2 for 2 at Finger Lakes. Exacta Try, Super Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in this race.
We are calling for the owner of a blue Honda Accord, license plate KBK 2890, New York license plate KBK 2890, a blue Honda Accord. Please report to your vehicle immediately. Looking for the owner of a blue Honda Accord, New York license plate KBK 2890. Second race, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races, 1 mile and 70 yards. Claimers 11-9. Here they are. 1 Z Tiger, Cabercoa. Two is Mount Vernon Boy, Christian Navarro. 3 Stormandy, Heeman Harkey. 4 is Hutch, Kevin Navarro. 5 is Hot Rod Lincoln, Jackie Davis, current favorite 2-1. And 6 is Colton Goes, 5-2, second choice. Luis Perez looking to sweep the early double. 6 in race 2, commencing the early pick 3. Post time in a little more than a couple of minutes. Another 2-turn affair with a field of 6, some claimers, 11-9, 3-year-olds and up, now winners of 2 races. Pretty competitive race, top to bottom. 4 Hutch is going to be my top pick, taking a nice class drop out of the allowance ranks. Liked what I saw from Hutch last year as a 2-year-old. He ran some pretty good races as a 2-year-old. Unfortunately, his 3-year-old campaign has not started on a positive note, so he's now in for 11. You know, here's the horse who finished behind Allure of Money on a couple of occasions as a 2-year-old. Allure of Money just won our New York Derby. Hutch tested him, especially in that 2-turn race. Hutch was right there with him all the way to the quarter pole before not being able to go on with the eventual New York Derby champion. A very, very gutty defeat against Shifty's Halloyd. And then he pretty much handled Uncle Milty with ease. We're still trying to figure out what Uncle Milty's all about. Is he even an $11,000 maiden claimer? We'll find out a little bit more as this season goes on. Recently, Hutch was somewhat in contention against a pretty nice horse named Leo and Royal, Shanty Shack, ASAP Restoration. I would like all 3 of them in this spot. I'm going to go with Hutch right here in race 2, getting some money now, down to 5-2. 6 Colton Goes. M. Anthony Ferraro's dropping him in for 11 pretty quickly. You know, he won on the 28th of June, his first start as a 3-year-old around 2 turns. He got a pretty soft pace that afternoon. That's the knock against him. 25-3, 51 and change, 3/4 and 16-1. He was supposed to win with that kind of flow. No match for his stablemate Big George's Kingdom. An outside post, now in for 11. I'll make him my second pick. Third selection will be the 3 Stormandy, who looked good winning on the 10th of July. And despite winning a maiden special weight race, he has dropped into 11. Chris Progno had every right to tackle the allowance N2L with this horse the way he looked winning on the 10th of July. I don't know what to make of the class drop. It's an aggressive placing. I'll give Chris credit for that. But I think the memo went out to a few other trainers because there are other class droppers like my top 2 selections. Should be noted the runner-up came back and won a maiden special weight race the other day. Like I said, Stormandy looked good winning. YZ in for 11. 5-1, fair enough price. Then you get the 1 Sea Tiger for the Finger Lakes Hall of Famer John Grabowski. Kind of an unconventional way to start his 5-year-old campaign. A route to a sprint, now back to a route. Usually you see the sprint, then the route, and another route. I like the fact that John has him in for 11. I liked what I saw from Sea Tiger last year with the 2 turns. He looks like a player along the inside at 3-1. Second race in a couple of minutes. Starts our early pick 3. Post time in a minute. It's post time for the second race, starting our early pick 3. Number 1, Z Tiger, the lone 5-year-old. He's the favorite at 2-1. Working on Hot Rod Lincoln. He'll be the first one into the gate, having some issues with him behind the starting gate. Jackie Davis has dismounted for the loading process. That seemed to do the trick. Hot Rod Lincoln is situated. Jackie's ready to remount. There's the favorite, Z Tiger. Long shot, Mount Vernon Boy. There's Stormandy off the maiden special weight score. Hutch dropping out of a couple of allowance races to start his 3-year-old season. And Colton Goes, a maiden special weight winner 2 races ago, to the outside. Luis Perez looking to sweep the early double. Early pick 3 time. And there they go, slow start, Hot Rod Lincoln. Mount Vernon Boy wants to go, so too does Stormandy, and Hutch is going to sit a nice trip from their outside. Z Tiger forwardly positioned along the rail. Hot Rod Lincoln's trying to make up ground. He's into the 5th position, and Colton Goes will bide his time at the back marker. Long shot, Mount Vernon Boy making the pace from Stormandy. Hutch has the 3rd position, a little more than 3 from the front, 3.5 or so, maybe even 4. Length back to Z Tiger, right there with them, Hot Rod Lincoln, and Colton Goes is a little less than 7 lengths from the long shot, Mount Vernon Boy. 24 seconds that opening quarter. Mount Vernon Boy and Christian Navarro open up 3 lengths. In second, Stormandy. Hutch goes to the rail. Hot Rod Lincoln 3 deep. 5 off the leader. About a length and a half for 2 back to Z Tiger. Similar margin to Colton Goes. 48-1. Mount Vernon Boy stretches the margin to nearly 6. Hutch tries to make a move into second inside of Stormandy. Hot Rod Lincoln being pushed on from the outside. Z Tiger has a lot of work to do. Likewise for Colton Goes. And Mount Vernon Boy's running a big one. Mount Vernon Boy 6 lengths. Hutch fighting for second with Stormandy. And from the far outside comes Colton Goes and Z Tiger from the rail. Mount Vernon Boy 20-1, all alone, turning for home. Mount Vernon Boy with the lead. And Hutch continues to close ground. Mount Vernon Boy is getting a little leg weary. Hutch is closing in with Colton Goes to the outside. Mount Vernon Boy needs this final furlong still with 3 lengths. Colton Goes is cutting into the margin, but the wire favors the leader, and he's the winner. His name is Mount Vernon Boy at 20-1. Colton Goes was second, then Z Tiger, and Hutch could only manage 4th. $20-1 winner in race 2. Number 2, Mount Vernon Boy, all the way on the front end under Christian Navarro. 145 and 39/100ths the final time. 6, Colton Goes second. 3rd to the 1, Z Tiger. 4th place for Hutch. Last year, Mount Vernon boy won at 45 to 1. How about 20 to 1 today for his 4-year-old comeback bid? 4-year-old Dark Bay or Brown Gelding by Bank Heist out of the dam Mondeskine. Owned and trained by Julius Ashley, winning a jockey Christian Navarro. The winner was bred in New York by Cas Hill Farm. 2614 officially in race 2. Good double, 6-2, $162. Big early double. Big exacta, 2-6, $254.50. 261 trifecta, $174.75. 10-cent super, 2614, $90.55. Third race, we'll start our pick six, $1 minimum wager, old school style pick six. No carryover this afternoon in the third race. Scratch 1 high strike. Other changes, race 4, scratch the 8 True Destiny. And in the nightcap, scratch 12 Sunshine Girl. 20 minutes until the Wednesday pick six. 2:12 is the post time. Every Wednesday, it's part of our Club 50 promotion. You can get a complimentary program. Show your player extras card at the program stand on the mezzanine level every Wednesday for your complimentary program. Club 50, part of the Lucky North Club advantages.
In the paddock for race number 3. Got a little bit of an upset in the second. Mount Vernon boy taking advantage of the pace situation. Christian Navarro for Julius Ashley, that wide open race. It did result in a big price winner. We go to the third, and we do have a scratch of the 1 high strike. So we are left with 5 betting interests for race number 3. The current favorite on the board is the 3 Starburst. Figured that horse to take some money, and yeah, it could be any kind here. Obviously, win-wise, form-wise, this horse has 4 victories in 6 starts, 3 for 3 at the distance. It figures to be tough in here, but the horse has had 1 start since October of 2021, and that was in January of 2022. 19-month layoff. 4 to 5. If you want 4 to 5 on that horse, yeah, that's great. But he is better than these horses. It's just a long, long layoff. That would be the question mark. The 5 Banyan Breeze certainly has run well here and recently. Ran in a tough race, won by Kasia Casanova last time. Before that, against the great Dr. Blarney, and not badly beaten by those rivals in the optional claiming allowance races. So it's a logical horse in here. A little easier field other than Starburst, if that one runs his race. But you got to consider Banyan Breeze a big threat in race number 3. The 4 horse is Doc Advantage. He's only a 2-time winner in for the 3 lifetime part of the condition. But he ran well last time, despite a slow start. Ran second behind Waralo, ahead of Dee's Wise Guy. It was a strong field for the condition. It was his first start off the layoff. So second start off the layoff for Doc Advantage. He's a big top 3 threat in here, and he's getting a little bit of action as well. They go to number 1 Dylan. Number 1 Dylan also ran against horses like Dr. Blarney and Banyan Breeze, ran against those rivals, got the lead against those rivals back on June 19th. Followed it up with a good second behind Fiery Heart, has won like 3 in a row before finally finishing second last time. Pace scenario beat him last time in a tougher 2 state bred allowance condition. So does move back to a little bit easier condition in this spot, and is certainly a threat in race number 3. Starts the $1 pick 6. We do scratch the 1 high strike, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and pick 3 also available here.
On the track for today's third race, a 6-furlong sprint, a nice allowance event, 3-year-olds and up. Scratch 1 high strike. First leg of our Wednesday pick $6 minimum wager, post time in about 5 minutes. Here's the field, number 2, beginning with the 2, number 1 Dylan, looking for his 10th career score, Kevin Navarro. 3 is Starburst, he's the favorite, 4-5, Cabercoa. 4 Doc Advantage, Jeremias Flores. 5 is Banyan Breeze, looking for his 9th career victory, the second choice at 2-1 with Joel Cruz. And the 6 is John's protege, John Davila Jr. A field of 5 in this nice allowance race, post time in a little more than 4 minutes. Pretty cool allowance race to start our pick 6. I like the conditions. Non-winners of a race since August 9th of 2022 or non-winners of 3 races and maiden claiming starter races and 12-5 claiming or less not considered in eligibility. 3 Starburst. Look at this guy, Michael Stidham here at Finger Lakes. This is a runner, fans. 4 for 6 in his career. He won his very first career race back in October of 2020. Didn't come back to the races until August of 21. Boom. Big time victory. He was good enough to win a first open allowance condition at Delaware, an even better race off the layoff a few months, winning the allowance optional 40 at the fairgrounds. He has shown the affinity to fire fresh. Every time he's had to deal with a layoff or at first asking, he has been successful. He is speedy. We've seen 2 wire-to-wire winners so far today. Granted, they were both 2 turns. Here's the deal with Starburst, fans. He hasn't run in quite some time, obviously. He doesn't have a recorded workout over the racetrack. All of his workouts on this comeback bid have been over Delaware Park's main track. I did some research on him on the Equibase app, and this horse, when he won at the fairgrounds, he had been trading at the fairgrounds. In fact, he was scheduled to get into action in late 2022. He had a work tab from early October until the 18th of December of 2022, and then he did not work again until the 4th of June this year at Delaware. This is a tailor-made condition for this horse. He's already won an allowance optional 40 and allowance 2 against Open at the fairgrounds. I mean, if he's on his game, they all might be chasing him. He looks like the speed. I've got him as my second pick, but he's awfully, awfully dangerous. And right now he's 9-5, 8-5 on the board. 5 Banyan Breeze for my friends Mark and Michelle Tasso. Boy, this bar needs to get to the winner's circle. I'm hoping it's today for the Lobster Man. Banyan Breeze. He's a nice horse, fans. He was good enough to win the Open 12-5. Here's the cool thing about this condition. Banyan Breeze won on the 31st of August, but that was a 12-5 race. It makes him eligible for this race. He gave Dr. Blarney all he could handle on the 19th of June. He ran a huge race against Cajun Casanova. He likes to have a target to chase. Looks like he'll get it with Starburst. Banyan Breeze, a pretty cool horse. 4 Doc Advantage, I've always been fond of him. He's still eligible for the N3L. That's what this is with another condition tagged along. But he's a pretty cool horse himself. Then you get number 1 Dylan, who's looking for his 10th career victory, and John's protege. Pretty cool little allowance race to start our Wednesday pick 6. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the third race. Starburst, Banyan Breeze. They are both 6-5. Current favorite, number 3, Starburst. Number 1, Dylan, the first of 5 into the gate. Next will be Starburst. First start in quite some time for Starburst. There's Dock Advantage. Banyan Breeze. John's Protege, the last of 5 to the outside. Ready for the Wednesday pick 6. And there they go. Banyan Breeze is showing pace with Starburst. Also their number 1, Dylan, and Dock Advantage. And John's Protege is the last of the quintet. Starburst, the expected pacemaker, quicker than number 1, Dylan. Dock Advantage is third. Banyan Breeze, 1 from the outside. He's in the 4th spot, 4 lengths from Starburst, and he's flanked by John's Protege. A little less than 5 lengths covers the quintet. 22 2/5 for the talented Starburst. He has the lead heading into the turn. Here comes Banyan Breeze with his run 3 deep. Number 1, Dylan from the rail. Dock Advantage, middleman status. John's Protege is more than 5.5 from Starburst. And Starburst has the lead, nearly 3 racing to the quarter pole. Banyan Breeze launches his charge to the outside. Dock Advantage third, then number 1, Dylan, and John's Protege. Starburst is the one to come and catch at the top of the lane. Banyan Breeze begins the pursuit. And here comes Banyan Breeze after Starburst. Starburst has the lead at the 8th pole. Banyan Breeze is coming after him. Starburst and Banyan Breeze, the race we wanted. Starburst has the lead. Here's Banyan Breeze to the outside. Starburst and Banyan Breeze, and here they are. Maybe Starburst. He got a good bob. Starburst and Banyan Breeze, they put on a show for us. Dock Advantage third, then John's Protege, and number 1, Dylan. What a horse race, fans. 111 and 82 100ths. Starburst is ultra talented. Banyan Breeze, he's a heck of a racehorse himself. They put on a show for us to start this Wednesday pick 6. Starburst and Banyan Breeze. Photo will determine the winner. Number 3, Starburst first. Second place, 5, Banyan Breeze. Third place, 4, Dock Advantage. And fourth place, number 6, John's Protege. Starburst makes his way into the winner's circle. Ultra talented racehorse, 5 for 7 in his abbreviated appearances. He is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Upstart out of the dam Favorite Candy. Owned by Dare to Dream Stable LLC. Winning trainer is Michael Stidham. Winning jockey, Kay Burkoa. Starburst was bred in Maryland by David DiPietro. Race 3 is official. 3, 5, 4, 6. That double 2, 3, $164.50. 3, 5 exacta, $11.80. 3, 5, 4 trifecta, $10.25. The 10-cent super, $2.38. On to the fourth race, scratch number 8, True Destiny. Race 4 will start the pick 5 on the Wednesday card. And post time is in 22 minutes at 2:42.
9 minutes to post for the 4th race. Starburst getting it done. It was close with Banyan Breeze making a run at Starburst, but he had a kind of easy on the front end. Good effort considering the long layoff. This horse is a win machine. That's 5 victories in 7 starts for Starburst for Michael Stidham. The 4th race goes a route, 11-9 claimer. Horse did not win a race since a date or never won 4 races. Unicorn Sally, likely favorite in here at 6-5, despite being 4-1 morning line. The horse dropped to 5 last time, more of a tightener than anything. Horse was off a year, long time away from the races for Unicorn Sally. Probably you would think would need the race, but actually ran pretty well considering it wasn't her best distance. Stretches out and steps up in class. Not really a big step up, but she does step up in class and goes a better distance. And she's definitely a player in here. 6-5 is the price on her. Sweet Blindness, if you can forgive the last effort, you could definitely use her. She ran 2nd in a 2-state bred to big favorite BB's Busted. Obviously, BB's Busted was compromised by a slow start and beat her anyway, but at least she made a race out of it when she got the front end. And, you know, if you can get out there to the lead today, you're not doing too bad. Heman Harkey picks up this mount, and Sweet Blindness, a big top 3 threat. Right now at odds of 6-1 with a lot of early play on Unicorn Sally. Melissa Smiles, the deep closer. Not sure if she's going to get the right kind of track and pace setup today, but maybe she can close to get a share in race number 4. So 7 minutes to post for the 4th Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 5 starts with this race. Scratch the 8, True Destiny.
On the track for the 4th race, fillies and mares claimers, 3-year-olds and up, 11 down to 9 the level. Non-winners of a race since February 9th. They're non-winners of 4 races. Mile and 70 yards, here they are. Number 1, Do You Know Who I Am? Michael Davila Jr. 2 is Sweet Blindness, Heman Harkey. 3 is Unicorn Sally, Luis Perez looking for 2. Eva Money for Sally. 4 is Smart Broad, gunning for 2 in a row. Jeremias Flores is the pilot. Smart Broad also in search of her 8th career overall. All right, the 5, Misty Gale, Jackie Davis. 6, Melissa Smile, Jose Baez. 7, Alicia's Way, John Davila Jr. Scratch the 8, True Destiny. 8, True Destiny stays in the barn. First leg of our Wednesday pick 5. Post time in about 5 minutes. What a horse race between Starburst and Banyan Breeze in the 3rd. Let's hope this continues with a good trend with good thrilling horse races. Had a good one in the opener, good one in race 3. Our 4th race, fillies and mares, claimers 11-9, Unicorn Sally. Getting a lot of play on the board, even money. I don't like the price. Boy, we're getting 4-1 on the morning line. Got to deal with her at even money right now. What do we do with that? You know, she ran some big races last year. 2 consecutive runner-up efforts in the first state bred before a powerful breakthrough performance to conclude her 5-year-old campaign on the 26th of July in 2022 right here at Finger Lakes. M. Anthony Ferraro. I've played poker with this guy before, and he's awfully difficult to handle on a poker table. And how about the poker he played on the 4th of July? Putting Unicorn Sally in for 5. Nobody stepped up. Yeah, right, she had already lost the first condition, but geez, putting her in for 5 and getting away with it. Now he steps her up to 11. He gives her the added real estate, which is what she wants. Junior, I'm staying away from you on the poker table, buddy. Unicorn Sally at even money. 2 is Sweet Blindness. She's a 7-year-old mare that has a lot of ability. Boy, she just missed that second state bred condition to her more heralded stablemate BB's Busted that day. Missed by a neck. Did all the heavy lifting. 2 lengths to work with, turning for home. 2 at the 8th pole. Couldn't seal the deal from that odds-on favorite or stablemate. Not the best of effort on the 25th of July. Kind of made an eager early move and flattened out. That was a good group, though. Now she's in for 11. Seems pretty salty for 11. We're getting a good price on her, 9-2. You know, the only knock is Jeff's under a little bit of a suspension right now, so his assistant, Caitlin Gooderson, is the trainer. We'll see how that handles. I've seen a couple of these runners not perform since Jeff's gone to the sideline. But hey, Caitlin knows what she's doing. She's there every day, and Sweet Blindness is talented. If you're looking for a viable alternative, this is probably the one at a good price at 5-1. What about Smart Broad? She's run some big races throughout her career. She likes the distance. She likes the racetrack. She's sharp. She just looked good winning on the 17th of July. It was for a $5,000 race. You know, she was in contention. 2 backs, same race Sweet Blindness is in. She ran pretty good that day. She's another one worth a little bit of a look at a price, 9-1. And then after that, I looked at the 6, Melissa Smile, who really needs them to do some cooking up front. She does her best running from well off the pace. I'll give her credit, though. That 12th of September race, you look at those interior fractions, 24-3, 49-1, and 14-1, and she's able to come from last and close into that soft pace. So she might not be as pace dependent as I think she is. She's in for 11, and if she's going to wake up and make some noise, it's probably today. She's currently at 13-1. Unicorn Sally, even money. Couple of viable alternatives to think about. Our Wednesday pick 5 in a little more than a couple of minutes. The fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate. It's post time for the fourth race, starting our Wednesday pick 5. Big favorite is number 3, Unicorn Sally at 3-4. 2, Sweet Blindness, solid second choice, 3-1 in the wagering. Inside 4 situated. Here's Misty Gale. Next will be Melissa Smile and Alicia's Way. First start since the middle of January for Alicia's Way. They're at the post. And there they go. Sweet Blindness asked for her speed. Do you know who I am? Also showing some pace. Smart Broad is third, and Unicorn Sally is in a good early position. She's fourth along the inside. Farther out races Smart Broad. And towards the tail, Alicia's Way and Melissa Smile. Do you know who I am? And Sweet Blindness. They share the top spot. Do you know who I am? Picking it up. Smart Broad's into third. Unicorn Sally's fourth, 5 off the lead. Better than 3 to Misty Gale, almost 2.5 or so back to Alicia's Way outside of Melissa Smile. 24 seconds. Do you know who I am? And Sweet Blindness, they are 1-2 at the 5/8. 3 lengths Smart Broad from the outside. Unicorn Sally, little more than 3 off the lead, inching into contention up the inside. Where's she going to go? Is she going to find a seam to split up that backstretch run? Looks like she will in the 3 path. Break of about 4.5 to Misty Gale with Alicia's Way. Another 4 back to Melissa Smile. Sweet Blindness, Smart Broad, and Unicorn Sally from between gals. Sweet Blindness with the lead, and Smart Broad is there, and here's Unicorn Sally under a vigorous drive from between gals. It's a break of about 5 to Misty Gale and Alicia's Way, and Melissa Smile towards the tail. And there's Unicorn Sally to confront Sweet Blindness at the top of the lane. Smart Broad is third. Alicia's Way tries to gather momentum up the inside. She makes a move into fourth. Farther out, Misty Gale. We got another good one here on the Wednesday card. Sweet Blindness, Unicorn Sally. Who wants it more? Sweet Blindness or Unicorn Sally? A thrilling finish in the run to the wire, and here's Unicorn Sally. Another one for Luis Perez. Sweet Blindness, huge in defeat. Farther back, a photo third and fourth, Smart Broad or Misty Gale. We've had some real good horse races today. Sweet Blindness, All Heart, Unicorn Sally, the Jockety Even Money, 145 and 39/100ths the final time. 3, Unicorn Sally, first, second of the 2, Sweet Blindness. Third, 4, Smart Broad. Fourth place, 5, Misty Gale. And here is Unicorn Sally getting into the winner's circle. Her 5th career victory, a 6-year-old bay mare by point of entry out of the Adam Catalisha, owned by Gags Racing Stable and Jim Stackpool. Winning trainer M. Anthony Ferraro, a double for the Diamond Man Luis Perez. New York bred by Anthony and Steve Matola. Race 4 is in the books, officially 3-2-4-5. The double 3-3, $12.20. 3-2 exacta, $15.60. 50-cent trifecta, 3-2-4, $13.62. 10-cent super, 3-2-4-5, $6.90. 2-3-3 early pick 3, $108.37. 6 with 2 with 1-3 with 3-8. The early pick 4, $323. Our late pick 4 starts in race 5. Post time is in 22 minutes at 3:14. We have no changes in today's 5th.
Horses are in the paddock for race number 5. A good battle between the two main contenders, the Unicorn Sally and Sweet Blindness. It was Unicorn Sally able to just barely get the better of Sweet Blindness in that one. Louis Perez for Anthony Ferraro as the favorite in race number 4 starts the pick 5. 5th race, Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in pick 4 starts in here. And, looking at the board, money pretty spread out and was probably expected here. The 5, Avid Sukanori, takes a drop in class, does have a lot more seconds and thirds than victories, has yet to win at the distance, but hit the board all 4 attempts at the distance and stretches out here to a mile 70 after trying to sprint last time. Not that badly beaten in the sprint. It does have some tactical speed, which certainly helped this horse here, as there isn't a lot of speed in this race. You got Rattle Me, who's expected to get the front end in here. That's the 6 horse. Avid Sukanori, the class relief alone to 5,000, got to be considered here. Last time for 5, did run a close second in November, is yet to see this level this year, and at this level has got to be respected. Iova taking some early play. Another one, even more seconds than victories than Avid Sukanori, is 2 for 32 in the career, but 10 seconds, especially at the distance. Only 1 victory in 17 starts at the distance, but 7 seconds and 4/3. So she does hit the board a lot. She's a consistent horse, but as far as the win on the win end, maybe this is the type of field that she can beat. Hard to dismiss her though, as consistent as she is in the top 3. She's at 5-2. The other one that I consider was the 6, Rattle Me. Might be the speed here. She did show some speed in the sprint, pressing the pace last time. Yeah, just barely got the victory. As Subtle Giant probably should have won, but got bothered as she was trying to go by Tina Burner and others. It was a close finish, but Rattle Me was able to hold on. She does break outside today. That might help her chances, actually. And I think the lack of a lot of pace in here helps the chances of Rattle Me as well. Not getting a lot of early play is Rattle Me right now at odds of 6-1 for Troy Smith, who does win at a high percentage of the few horses that he has. Surprised this horse isn't getting a little more play looking at the pace scenario in the 5th. The other one, as far as a long shot, maybe the 2, Quiet Horizon. Couple poor efforts and now drops to the bottom to 5,000. Did run second behind the speedy Pave My Way, who was alone on the lead that day on June 21st. But the last 2 starts, well, one of them was a sprint. Maybe you can forgive that effort. But the last race, little overmatch, but finished behind Saratoga Kisses, who ran a good second earlier today. And that one was a runaway winner last time. So don't discount the chances, at least to make the number of Quiet Horizon. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in pick 4 starts in race number 5. You got about 7 minutes to post.
Fillies and mares coming onto the track for race 5, 1 mile and 70 yards. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3 races, $5,000 claimers. No changes. First leg of the late pick 4. Let's meet the field. 1 Willow Grove, Heeman Harkey. 2 is Quiet Horizon, Kevin Navarro. Next will be number 3, a Bonfire Diva, Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 4 is Iova, Joel Cruz. 5 is Avid Zuccanori, Michael Davila Jr. Looks like she has skipped the parade. 6, Rattle Me, Cabercoa looking for 2. Rattle Me looking for 2 in a row. 7 is Renina's Rose with Jackie Davis. Once again, the 5 skipped the parade. That's Avid Zuccanori and Michael Davila Jr. Late pick 4 in a little more than 4 minutes. We've had some pretty good races on the Wednesday card. Some thrilling stretch battles. Started in the opener. Had a heck of a race in the third. That 4th race was ultra good. Let's see what happens here in the 5th. You're looking at my top pick. What about a long shot? Let's wake something up, huh? It's been a while. Quiet Horizon at 11-1. I think a $22 winner so far this season is my biggest release. Let's maybe get this one to drift up to 12 or 13-1 and see if we can top that figure. She does have front bandages on this afternoon. First time that I'm seeing the fronts. She's dropping in for 5. It's probably where she belongs. She was a maiden $5,000 winner in her second career start when she was trained by Jeremiah Engelhart. That was back in 2021. Her only other lifetime victory was for $5,000. And that was on the 15th of August in 2022. And she only beat a field of 4, 3 other rivals that day. Her race 3 back is not bad. That race maybe gives her a fighting chance at a good number. She's on a class drop. I think she's belongs here. I've always thought she's had a little bit of ability, and I'm not faulting Joe for trying to run her in higher claiming races and even some allowance races, but this is probably who she is and where she belongs, and this is her best chance in quite some time. I'll take a shot. 11-1, Quiet Horizon. 6, Rattle Me. I just looked up the dam. All of a sudden, you know, her last career race that she won was a 5 furlong race. She had another 5.5 furlong, another 5 furlong. But, you know, once upon a time, she did win an allowance race here at Finger Lakes, the dam surprise cameo, going a mile on the dirt. She defeated a Sacred Season that day. I remember Sacred Season was a pretty good one for Dennis Fiorello. Rattle Me. Troy Smith has good stretch out numbers, sprint to route. I know the sample's just very limited too, but 50%. Troy's hitting at a good clip this season. Cabercoa, he's as good as it gets. Rattle Me, Jimmy Creed out of that Giant Surprise Mirror. 6-1, I think it's a good fair price. Not an abundant amount of pace in this affair. She's on the stretch out. Why not? 4, Iova, she makes a lot of sense. She doesn't win a heck of a lot, but sure runs good races. She's getting closer and closer to $100,000 in earnings. Only 2 for 32 in her career, but she does have 10 seconds and 6/3. 12 for 21 in the money with only that 1 win in the 8 seconds here at Finger Lakes. This is her 3rd start of the season, and if she's going to run her best race, it's probably today, 3rd off the layoff. She's 7-2. Then the 5, Avid Zuccanori. I didn't know what to do with Avid Zuccanori. Somewhat like Iova, likes to run 2nd and 3rd much more frequently than she will get to the winner's circle. I just don't know about her around the 2 turns. I think for the 5,000, she's a major player, but I'd like her sprinting for 5, and I'd really give her a big endorsement. But hey, I'll tell you what, she's run some huge races against a lot better in the past, and she deserves mentioning, and she deserves a lot of respect in this spot. 2, 6, 4, 5 to start the late pick 4. Post time in a minute. It's post time for the 5th race. 5 Avid Sukanori, 3-2. She's the big favorite. Willow Grove is in. Quiet Horizon. Up next will be Bonfire Diva. Here's Iova. Avid Sukanori, Rattle Me, and Renina's Rose. Renina's Rose to the outside. Even money, Avid Sukanori. Play pick 4 time. And there they go. Iova shows pace, and there is pace on. Avid Sukanori wants to go. Bonfire Diva's also quickly away. Rattle Me stalking from the outside. Willow Grove's up a little close from the inside. Then Quiet Horizon and Renina's Rose. Bonfire Diva on the stretch out with Avid Sukanori. Rattle Me also stretching out. She's third. She races outside of Iova. Willow Grove is a good 6.5 or so off the lead. Bonfire Diva with the lead to herself. Quiet Horizon second last inside of Renina's Rose. 23-4, good enough opening quarter for this level. With the top spot, Bonfire Diva better than 3. Avid Sukanori clearly second. They stack up for the third spot. Willow Grove, Iova, and Rattle Me from the far outside. Nearly 6 to Renina's Rose and Quiet Horizon. 48 seconds from Bonfire Diva, ensuring a pretty good clip for this level. And Avid Sukanori's in a beautiful spot heading into the turn, and she's gaining ground. And there's Willow Grove getting within 3. Then go to Iova, who needs to pick it up. Quiet Horizon's beginning her bid. She got a good opening quarter. She's making a move for the 4th position along the rail. Then go to Renina's Rose. Nothing from Rattle Me. Avid Sukanori comes away with the lead. And Willow Grove is launching her charge. Avid Sukanori, a lot of pass class to call upon for this final 3/16, and she's the one to come and catch. Willow Grove from the far outside, then Bonfire Diva and Quiet Horizon with Iova trying to re-rally. Avid Sukanori has given them the slip. Willow Grove fighting for second. Quiet Horizon makes a move for third with Iova. No threats to Avid Sukanori. Clearly superior on this class drop. Who's going to get second? Here's Quiet Horizon up the inside, then Iova and Willow Grove 4th. Nothing to worry about with the distance for Avid Sukanori. A lot of pass class in her quarter, and she was clearly superior this afternoon. 147 and 42 100ths the final time. Good race for the balance. Make sure to hold all tickets. Second place 2, Quiet Horizon. Third place 4, Iova. Fourth place 1, Willow Grove at 30-1 for the Super. Avid Sukanori, too good on this class drop. 5-year-old Dark Bear Brown Mare by Ironicus out of the Damn Divas Delight. Owned and trained by Coco Carlos Dominguez, winning jockey Michael Davila Jr. And the winner was bred in New York by Melanie Giddings. Race 5 is official. 5-2-4-1. That double 3-5, $6.40. A 5-2 exact at $12.80. 5-2-4 trifecta, $9.35. 10-cent super 5-2-4-1, $8.37. 3-3-5 formful pick 3, $8.15. Race 6 will start our late pick 3. Number 2, Anointed Spirit. Giovanni Paredes is a 7-pound bug. The weight is 113 plus an additional 1 pound over. Race 6 will start our late pick 3, 22 minutes away at 3:45. On track patrons, be advised we are experiencing some technical difficulties with the feed from Saratoga. It's not on our end. Can't blame us for this one. But look at, we've got all sorts of other great simulcast wagering opportunities. Just have a little patience with us, having some issues with the Roberts communication feed from Saratoga. And we do apologize for this inconvenience.
We're getting ready for race number 6. No doubt about that winner, as Avid Sukanori on the drop in class dominated that $5,000 claiming field. Michael Davila for Coco Carlos Dominguez, former jockey here at Finger Lakes. At 11-9 maiden claimers a 6. It goes 5.5 furlongs. It's an interesting maiden race here. You got some horses dropping, some horses that have run decently in the condition. Got a couple of horses that I like that come out of the same race. A race won by Gentleman Burglar. I think that was John Buckley. Peanut Butter Toast ran second. That horse ran well the next start, but a couple other horses came out of that race to win. Cashel Kitten, I think, was the one that beat Peanut Butter Toast. And MC Double R also came out of that race to win as well. So it did turn out to be a decent 11-9 claimer going this distance of 5.5. And Zuccaracci ran better in that race, or at least responded to the drop with a better effort. He actually had some trouble in the late stages of that race, getting caught behind horses. It probably didn't cost him the win. Probably wasn't going to win that race. He did go behind horses to try to save ground, because if he went outside, he wasn't going to win anyway. But Altered Course wasn't going to beat Gentleman Burglar. May have made it closer for second. But it was a good effort, and again, a better effort, and maybe a good enough effort to think that he might win in this spot. Again, Escape Mission came out of that race as well. He chased a little bit before fading out of it. He was actually bet down to be the lukewarm favorite in the race after winning his previous start, but getting unlucky with the disqualification. So, and both those races were on off tracks. Actually, his better races was in the slot, but with his tactical speed, you got to think he's got a big chance in here, especially if he is able to make the front. Definitely a horse that's got a shot in here, but a little cold on the board right now at odds of 7-1. So interesting to see who they are betting in here. There's a first-time starter that's getting some play. Brits Union bred more for the turf, at least on the dam side. Linda Dixon very good, though, with young first-time starters. But the dam, 12 wins in the dam's career. All 12 wins were not on the dirt. 11 of them were on the turf, one of them on the synthetic. Does show a bull at work on the dirt on August 3rd, but they did enter in a maiden claimer, not a maiden special weight, and it is a New York bred. Maybe, so I don't know if that's probably more of a negative, but Brits Union, not a lot to beat in here. So with that bull at work, is going to get some play, and maybe he could be a runner on debut here. The one horse is Banco Medici. Actually already broke his maiden for this price. Ended up later getting a DQ, so gets to come back and run against the maiden 11-9s. Of course, one negative to that maiden victory, it was a really slow pace. I mean, very slow in 23 and 47, so really enjoyed the slow going that day. Probably not going to get that kind of pace scenario today. Another horse there would be the 8, Regal Empire. Regal Empire has lost by double digits his last 3 starts, but they've been against better and going long. So big turn back for Regal Empire. Obviously bred more for the route by Lemon Drop Kid, but he's faced better and maybe can come running late for at least to get into the top 3. Going to have to make up some ground. May not be easy to do. 6th race, you got about 8 minutes to post. Exacta Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
Coming onto the track for race 6, 3-year-olds and up, maiden claimers 11-9. 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs the distance. 2 Anointed Spirit. Giovanni Paredes is now a 7-pound bug. The weight's 113 plus an additional 1 pound over. This is the first leg of our late pick 3. And post time in a little more than 5 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Banco Medici, Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 2 is Anointed Spirit, Giovanni Paredes. 3 is Escape Mission with Michael Davila Jr. Michael's looking for back-to-back winners. 4 is Broadway Banker Kevin Navarro. 5 is Brits Union, the lone debuter with Heeman Harkey. 6 is Zuka Race, John Davila Jr., the current favorite at 5-2. 7, One for My Brother, Joel Cruz. And the 8 is Regal Empire with Jackie Davis. 8 at the gate in a little more than 4 minutes. Last pick 3 of the work week. Maiden claimers 11 the level. Trip handicappers will remember the Journey Zuka race encountered on the 10th of July. It was not a good trip. This horse looked like he was full of run. Had to check pretty badly around the 3/16. I will say this, though. When he did tip out, he didn't have as much run as you would have assumed, especially with a horse with all that momentum. But they are big animals, and when that momentum comes to a halt, it's hard to just start it right back up. He's had some tough posts to deal with this season, that's for sure. 5 out of 7 in his first start. Then the outside 3 slots in his next 3 races. He's in post position 6 today, but at least he's not all the way out there in no man's land. He showed pace against maiden special weights 2 back. I just remember the trip on the 10th of July. I had to make him my top pick, 5-2. Fair enough price for me with Zuka Race. 3 Escape Mission, another horse who had somewhat of a tough encounter on the 12th of June. He got disqualified that day. I'm not going to talk about the DQ. It was unfortunate for him, his connections and supporters. Had a chance to rebound and make amends for the disqualification, but he didn't run much on the 10th of July. He finally gets a fast racetrack here at Finger Lakes. We'll see how he performs today. He's 4-1. He should be forwardly positioned with that inside post. 7, One for My Brother. Didn't know what to make of him. He was somewhat forwardly positioned 2 back on the 1st of July. Interior fractions were good that day. He's only 2 lengths off, a 22-2 against State Bred 30s at Belmont. Didn't run much on the 9th of July. Looks like he had a tough post to deal with. You see these Naira Invaders on class drops with not a heck of a lot of form on paper. Venture here to Finger Lakes, and all of a sudden they run holes in the wind. So 1 for My Brother, 9-2. And then what about Banco Medici? He already won the maiden 11, kind of like Escape Mission. Although he was disqualified from the purse money. It's nothing he did in the race. It's just unfortunate. Something went amiss there. Disqualified from the purse money. So here he is, back in against maiden claimers. He was 9-2 when he beat March Madness Party, who came back and got to the winner's circle as that inside post. I will say this, though. The day he did graduate for maiden 11, boy, he got a pretty soft pace. 23-3 and 47-4. That's why he was able to keep running that day all the way to the wire. He's 6-1. Zuka Race, top pick. Now he's down to 9-5. Getting a little light on Zuka Race. Comes out of a good race, which he had some trouble. 1 minute post time in a minute. It's post time for the 6th. Number 6, Zuko Race at 6-5. The 3, Escape Mission at 2-1. Broadway Banker, the first of 8 into the gate. There's Bonko Medici. Up next will be Anointed Spirit. And here is Escape Mission. Solid second choice on the board. Brits Union, the lone debuter. Zuko Race, the current favorite. Then one for my brother, the Naira Invader, and Regal Empire will be the last of 8. Even Money, Zuko Race, 9-5, Escape Mission. Play pick 3 time. And there they go. Good start for Zuko Race. Bonko Medici shows pace. Also their Escape Mission, who wants to pick it up from between runners. In the 4th spot is one for my brother. Anointed Spirit strides into 5th from the rail. Brits Union goes with him 3 wide. Then Broadway Banker and Regal Empire. Escape Mission and Bonko Medici, they mix it up with one another. Zuko Race gets a nice traveling trip, nice tracking trip, and he's traveling well enough heading into the turn. Here's one for my brother into the 3rd spot. Bonko Medici's back to 4th. Going to stick with these top 4. Escape Mission and Zuko Race. They put space between themselves and the others. Now it's 4 lengths to 1 for my brother. Bonko Medici along the inside. I'm going to Anointed Spirit and Brits Union. Here's Zuko Race to really turn it up on Escape Mission. Escape Mission and Zuko Race. Another good one developing near the 8th pole. And Zuko Race comes away with the lead. Escape Mission has got some fight. He's not done yet. He comes back. Here comes Escape Mission. He wants more. Escape Mission and Zuko Race. Another thrilling finish on the Wednesday card. Anointed Spirit late on the scene into 3rd. Escape Mission. Another good horse race. Escape Mission from Zuko Race. Anointed Spirit at a huge price up for 3rd. Bonko Medici for the Super. Keep it going. Keep it going with these thrilling finishes. Boy, Zuko Race had every right to go by in the final 3/16. Temporarily claimed the lead away from Escape Mission. A lot of heart from Escape Mission coming back along the inside. 3 and 6 in the photo. 1 minute 6 and 75/100ths the final time. Three, Escape Mission first. Second place, 6, Zuko Race. Third place, 2, Anointed Spirit. Fourth place, 1, Bonko Medici. Entering the winner's circle is the 3 Escape Mission. 4-year-old Gray-Aroan gelding by Mission Impossible out of the dam, caught by you. Owned by Mary Legs Farm, bred in New York by Mary Legs Farm North LLC. Winning trainer Ronnie Breed Jr. Back-to-back for Michael Davila Jr. Race 6 is official. 3621. Mike Davila's Daily Double, 5-3, $10. Davila Exacta, $10.60. Trifecta, 362, $24.62, 10 cents. Super 362, $113.52. 7th race starts the late double. 1 Small Pebbles, 1 pound over. 6 War Tap, 2 pounds over the weight. Post time in 22 minutes at 4:16.
Another good finish for the main two contenders in race number 6. Had a few races today where it's been like match races with the two favorites or main contenders, if you will. And that one was no different. The two horses coming out of the race won by Gentleman Burglar, they seemed to lay over the field, and they did just that. And it was Escape Mission getting the victory over Zucarace, who tried to press him to defeat to get by that horse, but was unable to do so. Another win for Michael Davila. There's a couple wins in last couple days for Ronnie Bree Jr., winning yesterday as well. 7th race and allowance event for fillies and mares. Have not won a state bred other than it goes 5.5 furlongs. Got a short price favorite on the board in the 4, True Empress. This should be a little bit easier spot than what she's been facing. She's had 2 starts here at Finger Lakes. Both of them were really good efforts. Chased home 'Cause You're Pretty, one of the top fillies here at Finger Lakes. That one will be running at Saratoga. Then last time, she took care of her business. It was a tough race. This one is too for this level, but she did come home in a pretty good time for the 5.5 furlongs. So she's in good form right now. She does look like the horse to be. 1-9 is a little crazy for her against a quality field, but she does look like the horse to beat. I thought the dangerous inside speed would be the one, Small Pebbles. I figure she is a stakes winner. She won the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes as a 2-year-old back in October. And she's been running against some tough customers, including 'Cause You're Pretty. She finished second to that rival as well, kind of like True Empress. But she also ran into Sandy's Garden in her last start against allowance horses. She was the main speed against the 11 and 9s last time. But if she gets out there and gets a clear lead from a rail position, she could be tough to catch, as this horse does have some class. It was more of a confidence builder last time. She's a big price right now, mainly because of all the early money on True Empress, who's getting bet off the board. The other horse that has similar form as Small Pebbles, maybe not as many starts, is a real classy War Tapped. War Tapped in her debut looked very good. I mean, she didn't have to go that fast to get the lead, but she dominated her rivals, including Golden Moonlight, who's a real good one. Probably should have won her last start. She's been unchallenged up until last time, but then got a rough trip last time. But then she ran into Sandy's Garden. And Sandy's Garden, when she has things her way, they can't catch her. I mean, she did run second at Saratoga in her most recent start. And then she had a bad start last time against allowance horses. So, yeah, she was in a spot where he could almost take out a loan last time and jump on her, as it was such a soft spot for her. But she did get challenged a little bit early, so she had to earn it and drew away from those inferior rivals at the 11 and 9 level. So that's a confidence builder for her as well. And she moves back to the 1 state bred and unfortunately runs into True Empress. But if that one doesn't have it, she's another one that could be a big threat in this race as well. She's 14-1 again. That price is only because the 4 True Empress is at 1-5 on the board right now. Those look like the main contenders in race number 7. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double is offered races 7 and 8. You got 8 minutes to post.
On the track for the 7th, let's get to the parade. 1 is Small Pebbles, Nazario Alvarado, 1 pound over the weight. 2 is Trivia and Jeremias Flores. There's the 3, Stimulus Check, Heeman Harkey. Huge favorite, the 4, True Empress. Luis Perez looking for 3. Michael S. Ferraro looking for a double. They won the opener with Tivoli Gardens. 5 is Miss Circular Gal, Carlos Barbosa. 6 is War Tap to John Davila Jr., a couple of pounds overweight. 7 is Busted Credit, Joel Cruz. 8 is Towering Gaze, Emmanuel Di Diego. And the 9 is Lady Tuffelsberg with Kevin Navarro. Seventh race, sprinting at 5.5 furlongs. New York breds, 3-year-olds and up for state bred condition. Starts the late double. Post time in a few minutes. Short price favorite here. The 4, True Empress. She is 2-5 on the board. Just won a tougher race on the 12th of July. In fact, one of the gals that was in that race was Queen's Dancer. And Queen's Dancer just won at Saratoga a couple of weekends ago, defeating Sandy's Garden. It was a good opening quarter that True Empress got to run into. Busted Credit, one of those runners. Amazing Dottie came out of the race and looked really good, winning the other day for 11. There was plenty of speed in there for True Empress. Looks like there's plenty of pace on paper for her once again this afternoon. You have Small Pebbles, who likes to go from the inside. Trivia likes to be forwardly positioned, although I don't think she's as fast as Small Pebbles, or War Tapped, who also likes to go, and Busted Credit. True Empress seems like she's going to get the same scenario she got when successful on the 12th of July. Just have to deal with a short price at 3-4. We owe it to ourselves to go fishing. Where can we go? Who can we catch a price with? How about the 6, War Tap? Boy, she was 12-1 a few minutes ago, then 9-1. She's down to 3. She looked awesome on the 4th of July. She looked so good. I was like, wow, she could have been in the Niagara. Her stablemate ran very well as the runner-up of this year's Niagara. That's War Saichi. That time was good, 111 and 57 100ths from the Niagara. War Tap went 6-1, going 5.5. You know, chances of her putting in a 5 and a 5th. Final 16th to get 111 and change, 111 and 2, probably not going to happen, but who's to say War Tap wasn't let up just a little bit? She ran big on the 4th of July. That's what I'm trying to get to. And if you're looking for somebody to try to beat True Empress, maybe she's the one to look at. Was very impressed with that victory on the 4th of July. 8, Towering Gaze. She should benefit from a race over the track. She was a beaten favorite going 2 turns. I thought she had some distance questions that afternoon. I loved her race at Tampa when she ran second on the 8th of April. Boy, they went 22-4, and she's 2 lengths off. That was a good race. She's worth a little bit of a look also. And then you get Stimulus Check, who's on the comeback bid. I've always been fond of her. This will be her first start as a 5-year-old. True Empress, 2-5 to start our late daily double. Nearing the gate for the 7th. It's post time for the 7th race. Big favorite, the 4 True Empress at 1-2. 6 War Tapped, 9-2 the second choice. Then the 7 Busted Credit at 7-1. Persuading Trivia into post position 2. She moves forward. Stimulus Check, her first start as a 5-year-old. 23-1 in the wagering. Big favorite, True Empress. Good-looking winner of her most recent allowance race. Some nice repeat winners out of that affair. There's Miss Circular Gal. War Tapped. Looked good winning on the 4th of July. Stepping up back into the allowance ranks. Here's Busted Credit. She comes out of the True Empress race. Towering Gaze, beaten favorite around 2 turns. Back to a 1-turn affair, and Lady Tufflesburg will be the last of 9. Ready for action. Movement from Trivia. And there they go. Small Pebbles away slowly. That's good for War Tapped. She flies away, and War Tapped has the lead to herself. Miss Circular Gal and Busted Credit and Trivia and Small Pebbles are all pursuing. Towering Gaze from the far outside. Stimulus Check is 4 lengths from the front. Lengthen after Lady Tufflesburg, and True Empress is the last of all, and War Tapped's the first of all. And she benefits the most from Small Pebbles not getting away quickly. War Tapped, the leader, past the 3/8. From her outside is Busted Credit. Towering Gaze is launching her charge from the outside into 3rd, then Small Pebbles. Stimulus Check with a wide journey is a little less than 6 off the lead, covering Miss Circular Galvin with a Trivia from the rail. True Empress tips to the outside. She comes with her run. And at the back is Lady Tufflesburg. And with the lead, War Tapped. And there's True Empress really rolling in the center of the racetrack. And it's time to recognize True Empress. She has gone from last to first, just like that. True Empress, much the best. Busted Credit 2nd, then War Tapped, Small Pebbles 4th. Super impressive right there. 4th of July race was, or excuse me, I should say the 12th of July race was no fluke. Back-to-back huge performances from True Empress, a much the best winner. 1 minute 5 and 11 100ths. 7 Busted Credit 2nd, 3rd place 6 War Tapped, 4th place 1 Small Pebbles. Very impressive victory. Number 4, True Empress. Give her 2 in a row. 5 for 21 now in her career. A 4-year-old Dark Bear Brown filly by Classic Empire out of the dam, For All You Know. Well, we know True Empress is the real deal. She is owned by J&M Racing Stables, along with James J. O'Driscoll and Elvira Falco. It's a double for Michael S. Ferraro, and it's 3 for the Diamond Man, Luis Perez. The winner was bred in New York by Magnolia Mares LLC. 7th's in the books officially, 4761, 3499, 47 exacta $21.20, 476 trifecta $23, 4761 10-cent super $13 and a couple of pennies. One more race in the work week, the nightcap. Gonna scratch the bottom gal, the 12 Sunshine Girl. 12 Sunshine Girl scratched from the nightcap. 7 Empress Pulpatine. Giovanni Peretti's a 7-pound bug. Make the weight 117. Our Wednesday nightcap in 22 minutes at 4:47.
Getting ready to conclude this race card with race number 8. Another impressive effort by True Empress, able to run down the speedy War Tapped, who got alone with Small Pebbles getting off slow. But it didn't matter. True Empress much the best in there. Louis Perez for Michael S. Ferraro just rolling in race number 7. Okay, last race. Yeah, this is a mad dash with this $5,000 two-lifetime claimer going 6 furlongs. And you're not going to make a strong case for anybody in here. They're all, it might be come down to the trip. We scratched the 12, Sunshine Girl. So you're down to 11 betting interests. And it's a race where nobody really stands out. You got a couple horses off maiden 5,000 victories, a few that have been stuck in the two-lifetime condition for a while, a few that just don't want to win the two-lifetime condition. I did settle on the inside horse, hoping that this horse could get the lead from the rail, and maybe she's turned a corner here, as she just had a bunch of starts where she just gave up easy leads or looked like the winner coming down the stretch and still look for competition. It was a good sign last time, even though it was a soft field, that she was able to just keep going in 106. I mean, 106 wins this race. If she can get the lead from the inside with everybody chasing after her, maybe she's got a confidence builder and got through the second-itis that she had. So Midnight Mindset is at 5-1 from the inside. She is 0 for 6 at this particular distance, 6 furlongs. Her one victory last time was at 5.5. But again, maybe that's a confidence builder. At least it shows that she got to the wire first instead of really looking for that competition and somebody to pass her. An interesting one I thought had a big chance in here, and is at 10-1 on the board right now, is the 10 Ever Graceful, mainly because she's the wild card here, the real tricky read. I mean, she broke her maiden in her first career start at Aqueduct against $25,000 maiden claimers. That included a horse, Tumbles, who races here against much tougher than this one, and is competitive against much tougher than this one. Her first start here at Finger Lakes was against allowance horses, including Golden Moonlight, who was just gone. What are you going to do there? And last time, Boxton and Board got loose on the lead. And if you watch the race, she checked in the early stages of that race right out. She did take some money, went off at odds of 5-2, and Boxton and Board came back to win out of that start. So there are some things to look at with Ever Graceful, some positives anyway. And that was her only start at the bottom level, and she had that big excuse, checking. And today, she gets the weight off with apprentice rider Carlos Barbosa. So some things to like. Don't love the post, but at 10-1, you got to like the price. The 4 horses, Albany Yates. She's been more of an underneath type, but in a race like this one, maybe she could break through. But she does kind of pick up her stride after she makes her big move. They didn't go that fast early with Boxton and Board last time. I mentioned that one got loose. Albany Yates made a move and then just kind of flattened out, but Boxton and Board didn't come back anyway, and that one did come back to win. And she was a close third with bad connection the race before, so she's had her chances. She hits the board a lot and probably will hit the board again against this group. And she's at odds of 6-1. Tough one to leave out in this spot. The 8 is Weather Advisory, another one like Albany Yates. Very similar profile. Makes a late run, but just doesn't quite get there to get the win. Did have a bad start last time and overcame it to a certain degree, but there have been races where she's had no excuse. I mean, she can't beat Wine Trail. It's tough to see her win this, but she's got numbers that are good enough to beat most of these horses. It's just a matter of maybe the right kind of trip and the willingness to want to win, but definitely not out of it. Another one like Albany Yates you could use in your tries and supers, and you never know, the right kind of trip for either one of those horses might get them to the winner's circle. So I'm going to go the 1, 10, 4, and 8 in the last race, a mad scramble to finish out the Wednesday card. We continue live racing on Monday. This is the last day of the race week. Next live day will be Monday, and we got our next stakes race, the Arctic Queen Stakes, that features Gone and Forgotten, last year's top 2022 mare. She won 2 stakes races, including that one, the Arctic Queen. She's the defending champ. She'll put it up against those rivals. Got about 7 minutes to post for the final race of the day.
One more race to go on the Wednesday card. 6 furlongs, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 2 races, $5,000 claimers. Scratch 12, Sunshine Girl. The 7, Empress Pulpatine. The weight is 117. 4 minutes until the nightcap. Let's meet the group, beginning with the 3. Frankie Knows Best, Heeman Harkey. Looks like a few of them have all skipped the parade. On to the 4, Albany Yates. Cabracoa looking for another score. Now we'll go to the 6, the Fabulous Moolah, Kevin Navarro. 7 is Empress Pulpatine. Giovanni Paretti's a 7-pound bug. The weight's 117. Now we're on to the 9, Zuby. Michael Davila Jr. with a big day, looking for 3. 10, Ever Graceful. Carlos Barbosa. 11, Tina Burner. Emmanuel Di Diego. Quite a few of them skipped the parade. The 1 is Midnight, a Mindset with Jeremias Flores. 2 is MAS Scroovies, Rafael Rohina Jr. The 2's in front of the 1 up the backstretch, guys. All right, 5 is One Journey with Joel Cruz, and the 8 is Weather Advisory with Jackie Davis. 11 in the nightcap. A little more than 3 minutes until post time. For Albany Yates is my top pick. She does her best running in the final quarter of a mile. You know, recently on the 17th of July, she was a little bit out of her element in the sense that she was much more into the race than anticipated. And she probably had to, because the eventual winner, Boxed In and Board, just found the front and just opened up. And I think Cabracoa said to himself, I better get her involved if I want to have a chance to win this. You know, look at her races before that. She was closing into some soft interior fractions. I mean, here's a gal that's closing into a 48 and a 47 and 2. The way she closed 2 back with that 48 half, that was pretty impressive. I liked her that day a lot. I've been supporting her for quite a few times here this season. Let's give her one more shot, 4-1. Get a little bit of pace with Midnight Mindset. You know, maybe the 2 goes a little bit. The 10 looks like she's got some speed. Tina Burner. So perhaps if we get enough pace, Albany Yates can come rolling. 8, Weather Advisory makes a lot of sense, but the price is 5-2 and Albany Yates is 4-1, and they're pretty much the same. Weather Advisory's had a lot of chances, and she just can't seem to break through for this elusive second career score. 1 victory versus those 6 seconds. 5-2, a little light. But she's a nice one. There's no question about it. She's very consistent. Midnight Mindset, she could be dangerous. I've always thought she had a lot of ability. She ran some big races early on in her career against Better when she was in for that 11, the maiden 11. You know, she's earned $31,000 plus with just the 1 maiden 5 victory. But look at all those runner-up efforts for maiden 11. Maybe she'll get brave. Maybe she'll get her confidence going. She was able to win on the 11th of July. And who's to say she can't rattle off 2 in a row? The light bulb might be there for her. I always forget how to phrase that. But Midnight Mindset, now with that victory under her belt, she has a chance along the inside. She's the inside speed, no question about it. And where did I land on 4th? The 6th, the Fabulous Moolah. Ran some decent races once upon a time at Penn. A lot of minor placings, just 1 for 29 in her career. $5,000 here at Finger Lakes. Sprinting seems to be what's going to get her the best chance to get to the winner's circle. and the fans are on her a little bit at 5-1. Albany 8's my top pick here in the nightcap. One more race to go. Simulcast wagering Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We are back at it again with a live program on Monday. And as far as our pick six, 3, 5, 9, and 11. 3, 5, 9, and 11 are the four gals that are uncovered, and that would trigger a $2,200 plus pick six carryover into the Monday card. One more wagering opportunity available. Best of luck in the nightcap. Little more than a minute until the Wednesday nightcap. It's post time for the Wednesday nightcap. Pretty wide open wagering event. Parimutuel Puzzler. Stole that from Twitter off a couple of followers yesterday. I saw that saying, kind of liked it. Parimutuel Puzzler. All right, Albany 8's at 3-1. We've got Weather Advisory 7-2. Midnight Mindset, well respected in her initial test against winners. She is also a 7-2. Then the Fabulous Moolah at 5-1, and Ever Graceful 6-1 on the board. Very, very wide open event. One Journey ready to load. Big shout out to Maggie Seidman. Maggie does some great work with Thoroughbred Aftercare, and she deserves a big shout out each and every time she sends one to the post. There's the Fabulous Moolah, Empress Pulpatine, Weather Advisory. One of these days she's going to break through with this elusive second career score. Sue B, Michael Davila Jr. with a hot hand. He's looking for 3. A couple to load, Ever Graceful and Tina Burner. Tina Burner to the outside. Ready for the nightcap. And there they go. Quick start. Tina Burner, Empress Pulpatine also quickly into stride. And here comes Midnight Mindset. And she's going to be the quickest along the inside. Albany Yates is into the race. She's in the 4th spot, and she's only 2.5 from Midnight Mindset, who's going to try to slow it down along the inside. Weather Advisory 3 off the lead. MAS Scroovies from the inside. Farther out, Ever Graceful not near the lead. Little less than 5.5 or 6 from the pace. From the inside, Frankie Knows Best, then Sue B. One Journey At the tail of the field in the last spot is the Fabulous Moolah. Heading into the turn, 22 4/5 for Midnight Mindset from Empress Pulpatine. And Tina Burner's right there, 3 deep. Albany Yates under a strong drive, trying to make her presence felt. She has more than 3 to find. She has been headed by Ever Graceful, who is committed to the widest of all journeys. They're going to Weather Advisory. They're in the lane with the lead now. Empress Pulpatine. She's got to be a big number, 51 to 1. And to the outside is Ever Graceful, and Albany Yates is trying to pick up her best stride. And to the extreme outside, who is this one? Is that the Fabulous Moolah? Indeed it is. Fabulous Moolah closing in the center of the racetrack. The Fabulous Moolah to the far outside, front and center. Ever Graceful second. Third, fourth, and fifth tight. Empress Pulpatine, Midnight Mindset, and Albany Yates. Another good finish in the nightcap. Pretty cool little Wednesday card we had here at Finger Lakes. 113 and 90/100ths. The final running time. Here is the Fabulous Moolah on the outside. 7-2, the unofficial winner from 10 Ever Graceful at 6-1. 3-way photo for the show dough. Make sure to hold all tickets. And here is the former WWE World's Ladies Champion, the Fabulous Moolah. 4-year-old chestnut filly by Union Jackson out of the Damn Dixie Gem, owned by Luis de la Cruz. Winning trainer is David Oyola. Winning jockey, Kevin Navarro. Winner was bred in New York by Team Millennium Stable. 6-10, 7-1 unofficially in the Wednesday nightcap. And the Wednesday nightcap is official. 6-10, 7-1. 6-10, 7-1. Empress Pulpatine third. Fourth place, 1 Midnight Mindset. Officially 6-10, 7-1. 4-6 late double, $12.40. 6-10 exact to $73. 6-10 7 trifecta, $430.25. 6-10 7-1 10-cent super, $680.40. 3-4-6 late pick 3, $16.37. 5 with 3 with 4 with 6 are a late pick 4, $39. 3-8 with 5 with 3 with 4 with 6. The Wednesday pick 5, $104.37. All 6 in our Wednesday pick 6, $503. 5 out of 6, $12.20. That's it for the Wednesday card. That's it for the work week. Simulcast wagering tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Back at it again on a Monday with a 1:15 first post. Don't forget, we do have free digital programs on our website, fingerlakesgaming.com. Click on the racing tab, scroll on down to free digital programs. Should be up about 5:30 or 6 o'clock for those Monday past performances. Sure hope you had a great Wednesday when leaving the track. Please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Good night, everyone.